Yeah.
The milk.
Yeah, that's a good container.
Dude, it's perfect.
But I'll give it back.
Keep it. We got literally like millions.
I have no use for that thing. Other than
As
that,
far as
if I was able to put that like in my cooler or something and just have that. Yeah, you're on TV, man.
I've been watching you guys.
Yeah.
Have you been watching?
I have
Really?
not.
When close the show?
They had a rerun
Got
of
nothing else to do.
the Beverly Hillbillies.
Is that still on?
Yeah.
No,
So we move on.
Yeah, we've got a couple of quick ones.
Okay. I'm gonna move.
We got the clock moving.
Yeah, that's what I said. I was conflicted. So on the one hand, I get the bill to the end of the agenda. On the other hand, I get out of here. I gotta go get mocked. Thursday night's bourbon night.
this is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just often you see every year back in the vehicles.
Oh, wow. See the pictures.
I did.
Sometimes I'm one of those guys, but like work when I need to buy something that I need. You know, I just think about people.
Downloaded it. It took forever to download.
You have to.
I actually have. You roll.
You printed that. This one here. This one here.
All right, 7 o'clock. Let's bring the meeting to order. Do a roll call first. Normally, we ask Mr. Corcoran to give roll call, but in his, I don't want to put you on the spot. So Mr. Silk.
Here.
Mr. San Francisco.
Here.
Mr. Sheridan.
Here.
Mr. Burgess.
Here.
And I'm Michael Lynch, present. So we have a quorum. All right, let's stand and do the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right, before we move to approve the agenda, I want to make a change to the agenda tonight. I want to move all residential hearings first and then do the commercial hearings afterwards. I know a lot of the residents are representing themselves, so we try to be respectful of your time and you have better things to do. So with that change, is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, so we have an agenda for this evening. So we're going to go slightly out of order with the residential. Let's start with case Z 2021-20. James and Nancy Minnick, 601 Andover Road, seeking a zoning interpretation in regard to the subject premise located at 606 Glendale Road, which is owned by Robert and Margaret Hagstrom. They're seeking an interpretation of the zoning code sections 172-103B and C1 in regard to permit issued for a non-conforming accessory structure. Subject premise is located in the R1 zoning district. We have representation. All right.
My name is Donald Petros, and
representing the Jennings, the experts, with the other parties involved, is represented by Nick. Nick is not, he's not here this evening. But we're requesting that the matter be continued. And the only slightly unusual part is we're asking them to continue to the October 1st meeting. And we worked out a settlement agreement between the parties, and it's not fully executed. It involves moving the fence. Anybody can move the fence before October 1st. So we expect that right shortly after October 1st, we'll just be withdrawn. And we waive any requirements of the board.
All right, so the applicant is seeking a continuous to date certain 21 October 2021. Do we have a motion? Sure.
That would be October 1st.
What did I say? October 21st, 2021. Yes. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Continuous carries. Thank you. All right, before we get into Z 2021-17, Laura and Matthew Natal, you guys will be up first here. Just some kind of ground rules. The way this is going to work is obviously residential, we're going to go first, and then the commercial. For each case, the applicant is going to be able to give uninterrupted testimony where the board is able to ask questions. And then after they're finished their initial testimony, we're going to ask for party protestants. Party protestant has legal standing in the case. You have to be within how many feet?
It's 200. Subject residents have to have some level of being grieved or in some way injured by the applicant.
Okay, does everybody understand that and everybody hear that? So party protestant has legal standing, lives within 200 feet of the subject premises, and has legal standing to be aggrieved or affected by the premises. Okay, so to go back, the applicant is going to speak first, uninterrupted. Party protestants will then be called, sworn in, and given an opportunity to ask questions either to the board or to the applicants themselves. And you'll be given your due share as well. After the applicant and the board are satisfied with the testimony, if we choose to close the testimony, then there'll be an opportunity for public comment. Public comment does not give you the opportunity to have legal standing or to cross-examine the applicants. That is, you're addressing the board at that point, helping us to, or in your case, hoping to help us frame our decision if we move to a vote. Okay, does everybody understand that? Okay, so we ask that applicants are given their time, party protestants will be given their time, and then at the end, public comment will be given their time as well. So with that said, let's have Mr. and Mrs. Natal from Gradyville Rd come up. So Bridget, would you mind swearing in the applicants?
Sure. Can you both raise your right hands?
You can sit up at the table if you'd like. There's a microphone up there. Just make sure the light's on green.
Can you raise your right hand? You start with the testimony that you're about to give to the district.
Yes.
All right, Andy, is the file in order?
File is in order.
All right, so the case we're considering is case Z 2021-17, Laura and Matthew Natal, 3616 Gradyville Rd, Newtown Square, pertaining to the subject property. The owner is seeking a special exception approval to allow a safety fence in the front yard of the property in accordance with section 172-104E. The applicant also requests relief from any other sections of the zoning ordinance that may be realized during the zoning hearing process. Subject premises is located in the R1 zoning district. So Laura and Matthew, thank you for coming out. Why don't you go ahead and start with your case?
So when we bought our home, it was when our first son couldn't walk yet. And we bought on Gradyville Road. What we didn't anticipate was how fast he was going to be. So we're on the cut through of Gradyville between 252 and Media Line Road. That is like a freeway most times of the day. We're now up to 3 boys. And in that midst of time, once it was 2016, December 2016, tree fell on the house. We were out of the home for 2 years. When we came back in, unfortunately, we didn't live on good terms with our builder. And so it was really uncertain what was actually agreed upon. We ended up putting up a fence in the front yard to try to keep the boys in, basically. Dilly slowed them down to give us a chance to catch up. So that was the situation. And so the fence is actually not complete at this point. We have the vertical rails up and the, what do you call it?
And the wire mesh
The
fencing.
wire mesh. So he did it himself.
Yeah.
We didn't hire a
There's
contractor to do it.
still a section that we have to complete. That's about, I'd say about 25 yards.
I brought pictures if you guys needed to see them.
I think as the board all had a chance to review. Did you get the packet ahead of time?
I did, thank you.
Okay, yeah. Mr. Sheridan, go ahead.
I took a drive by and I saw what you're talking about. I was just curious because of the reasoning for the need for the fence.
Yes.
Are you because it just runs across property?
Yeah.
It doesn't go up to the house and keep the boys from roaming off along down the driveway or anything like that. What is the plan for the additional fencing that you're asking for?
It's just, if you're looking out of the house, it's just to finish it. A section when the house was being completed, when it was rebuilt, they did a lot of regrading. And I just got to that point and stopped because there was some grading that needed to be finished in order for the fence to.
So is it going to be a continuing straight?
Yep.
Fence?
Same way, it's a straight shot, about 30 yards.
And is the material that's the current fence, is that the material you intend to keep there?
Yep.
And there is a gate on the driveway. It's a manual gate. I took a picture of that as well.
Okay.
It's just a black gate that we manually push up and push down if the boys are out on the driveway, because it is a little bit of an angle as well. So that's like, again, to just like give us a couple more seconds to get down there. But
Thank you.
You can hear?
Yep.
The picture included was helpful to look at.
it doesn't have, it's not aesthetically pleasing because again, right now it's to do its purpose, and he didn't finish it yet. So it is going to have the rails that go across. It looks
Yeah.
more like a traditional fence.
Yeah, the horizontal rails are gonna go across the top of it.
Are there any party protestants present for this case? Did you have a question?
No, it was good. I was able to look at the picture and answer my question.
You guys are right across from the swim club?
We are.
Yeah, sorry.
I'll make a motion to approve application Z 2021-17.
You want to do
Tony.
Let's
Okay.
let's close the record then, if you guys have anything else to say. All right, any public comment on this? Okay. And do we have a motion?
Make a motion to approve application Z 2021-17.
Second?
Second.
Go ahead. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, motion carries.
Thanks.
All right, the next case we're considering is case Z 2021-18. Sutayna Forrester, 42 Delmont Road in Newtown Square, pertaining to the subject property. The owner is seeking a special exception approval to expand the dwelling unit along an existing non-conforming side yard setback dimension in accordance with sections 172-32B, subparagraph 6, and 172-141F. The applicant also requests relief from any other sections of the zoning ordinance that may be realized during the hearing process. Subject premise is located in the R3 zoning district. All right, so Ms. Forrester, Mr. Forrester?
The contractor. Mrs.
Gotcha.
Forrester.
All right, Ms. Forrester?
Mrs., but
Mrs., okay. Thanks for coming out.
thank you.
So why don't you tell us a little bit about what,
Swear her in.
yes, please swear her
Raise
in.
your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give
And is the file in order? Okay, thank you, Bridget, for checking me on that. So Mrs. Forrester, why don't you give us a little background on what you're trying to do?
I bought the house about 5 years ago, almost coming up on 6, and it needed work, but I wasn't able to do it then, and now I am. And I have 3 young kids, and it just doesn't work, especially the kitchen. So I'm willing to, I want to expand so it's more livable for my family, which is the main thing.
What are you trying to do?
Just I have like 30 by 30 here to the back section of the property. Grown alley. ADDERADY.
Can you kind of describe, so you're the contractor here, and so you're on the permits and everything. Can you describe what sort of work's going to be done on the house? In terms of, how large is it going to be? How far is it going to go back? Is it going to be the same width of the house?
Exactly, yeah, we are planning on the existing with an 30 feet wide. I want to go 20 feet back for some walk space, so 30 feet.
Okay,
It's totally gonna use it.
so 30 feet wide, is that so same width of the house?
Yes,
And then 20 feet in depth,
yes,
single story?
yes, a single story.
Okay.
So if I understand this correctly, there's a setback, existing non-conforming setback at 17 feet to the adjacent property on the right. Is that right?
Yes.
And then, so on the left-hand side of the property, I noticed on the plans, it doesn't list that. Understanding that your proposed addition would follow the current, lines of the house, but what is the setback on the left-hand side of the house? I don't think it was present on the plans, unless I missed it.
Versus, if I may, I believe it's 3 feet.
3 feet.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's very small on the left hand.
Oh, I do see it, left-hand bottom of existing structure, it says 3 feet. Yep.
And the requirement for the R3 zoning district is no side yard less than 50.
Yeah. But it's existing non-conforming on the left side of the house. Gotcha.
It's only the left side we're addressing? Is it only the left side we're addressing in this, Andy?
They're asking if it's only on the left side that you're addressing.
Is it only the left side?
Well, there's a, I'm sorry,
Or is there like stairs on the right here? Yeah.
there's an overall aggregate width of 35 feet and a minimum not less than.
Gotcha. So the stairs puts it at 14 feet on the right-hand side. So basically, it's a setback issue on both sides of the property with the stairs there. Got it.
Is it a standard size lot for R3?
Well, our current code requires a minimum of 12,000 square
Yeah.
feet, I believe, on lot as well.
Okay,
7,500.
7,500.
Mhm.
Couldn't find it in here.
Written.
Andy, do we have information whether it was a legal non-conforming size
I
lot?
don't have that information.
Okay.
I don't have anything that suggests that it was violation. Filed. Structure appears to be as it was originally built.
Yeah. Yep. Okay.
Andy, knowing this area, I know many people put on additions and things like that. Is this pretty standard what other neighbors have done and keeping consistent with what we've approved in the past and not outrageous to the people on Northwood or anything like that?
I mean, I think the other benefit is it's only a free for maintaining those non-conforming setbacks. There's still a rear yard of 54 feet. There's no adjustment or no infractions in it.
Thank you. Mrs. Forrester, there's, as you look at your house, the neighbor to the right, have you talked to them at all about your plans?
No, I have not. They don't really speak to me, so I don't really bother them.
Okay.
Yeah.
But they're not here tonight,
No,
and I know you had the sign posted.
exactly, it's
here.
been here, yeah.
Okay.
The stairs on the right-hand side that are being added are just another entrance and exit to the addition, I assume.
Yeah, this property is type of, not how much square feet are there.
Just looking at that, that's what's causing the setback on the right. And
Isn't that to like the back door, the little steps that go up?
I assume it makes sense that they're there versus in the back of the house or some other way to not cause it in non-conformance on the right-hand side of the property.
What was the question? I'm sorry.
The stairs on the right are just providing another entrance and exit to the addition.
Exactly, yes. Because it's about three or four steps, somewhere there.
Yeah,
It's
okay,
gotta be elevated to, at the first floor.
okay.
Yeah, like this.
If I may, just to clarify, I mean, that's problematic only because of the aggregate requirement, because we do allow certain encroachments into the side yard
Mhm.
for things like steps and
Okay.
chimneys and big windows and that type of thing.
Okay,
And I believe in the side yard, it's no more than 30 inches. So, I'm sorry, the projected width is allowances. So that landing that you are proposing, you know that dimension,
okay.
the width of the landing.
You were gonna grab a 36 inch max, maybe 32 maybe. Whatever the lowest code allows for this one.
So it's kind of a gray area because of the aggregate requirement.
Okay.
Does your next door neighbor have an addition? Like, are you gonna be building into, like, next door to their bedroom or anything like
No,
that?
no. There's actually, my yard, it goes out and then it goes up, and then both sides are fenced on the neighbors.
You said it was a one-floor addition.
Yeah,
Right.
it's just one for now.
Do we have any party protestants for this case? Go around the horn, yeah.
I'm good. I mean, I'll make.
No, go ahead.
Good.
Yeah. So let's close the record. Do we have any public comment? All right.
I'll make a motion to approve application Z 2021-18 for the special exception for allowing the setbacks.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Oh, Mr. Sheridan on that one. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion
Aye.
carries. All right, good luck.
Thank you.
The next case we're considering is Z 2021-19. Raquelle Amour, 103 Tanglewood Lane, Newtown Square, pertaining to the subject property. The owner is seeking a variance from section 172-104A to allow a fence beyond the frontmost portion of the dwelling unit. The applicant also requests relief from any other sections of the zoning ordinance that may be realized during this hearing process. Subject premise is located in the R2 zoning district. So Bridget, would you mind swearing her in?
Can you raise your right hand? I just want to clarify. My name is Megan Fleming. I'm representing Raquel.
Megan Fleming, okay? Yeah.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about the will be the truth? I do.
Is the file in order? All right, so Ms. Fleming, you're representing the applicant. Why don't you
Yeah.
tell us a little bit about what they're trying to do?
So she's trying to extend the fence for the purposes of her dog. She has 3 very large dogs. It would be about, I think it was 198 feet from the street, and there's a lot of greenery surrounding it. And as you walk towards For the right of the house, I just did a walkthrough of it. It's more and more greenery. You can't see it. And the purpose of this, I mean, I'm asserting that it's a de minimis issue, and if it's not granted, it will result in unnecessary hardship. The reason she wants to do this is she doesn't feel safe walking her dogs on the leash, so they need more space because I guess, I mean, they're very large. She's, you know, she's a smaller woman. And there's a neighbor behind her that has a dog roaming off-leash, so she doesn't feel safe walking her dog. She wants more room for her dogs. So not granting it would be an unnecessary hardship, and it wouldn't be contrary to public interest. It will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood or the district. It will not permanently impair the appropriate use or development of any adjacent properties, and it won't be detrimental to public welfare. Now, I get, from my understanding, the people directly across the street that they face the front of the house, they don't have opposition, and her neighbors don't have opposition. I'm informed that the opposition is coming from people behind her that they cannot see this. And the biggest thing is safety. She wants more room for her dogs. Like I said, 3 very large dogs, and she doesn't feel safe walking the dogs on a leash because of the circumstances. And so she's seeking for this slight expansion into beyond the frontmost dwelling.
Okay. So the hardship is she wants room for her dogs.
Correct.
Okay.
There's an existing fence. This is an extension of an existing.
Yes.
I think if you could, I'm sorry, if you could help explain, because I mean, I looked through this even before today. I'm trying to figure out like what the plan is here, and I don't think
So-
the site plans.
I have photos. Would that be
Okay.
helpful?
Yeah, I think so.
Can I come bring them?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. So this is the existing.
You want to identify that?
Oh, absolutely.
You're gonna walk from it.
Okay, absolutely. I'm handing what's marked as A1 photos of the property. The last photo, I'll just clarify on that one. The posts.
This
That's
one?
where, yeah, that's where she's going with the fence.
Mhm.
The last one shows the existing fence.
These are duplicate.
I think the first. would be-
These are duplicate.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna write on here A, B, C, and then I'll hand them to, I guess, Andy for in a record, but. These are the same too.
Yeah,
All right, let me just get organized first. We can kind of talk through it. So we have exhibits A through E, which we just kind of marked up. And they show the foliage as you face the, is this as you face the house?
Yes,
All right, so exhibit A is foliage as you face the house.
that's facing.
Okay, exhibit B is from the driveway, from the apron, looking at the house. C is a photo of the driveway facing up towards the house. D is the same.
And then that's the fence and where the marked posts are, that's where she wants to
Okay.
expand it to.
And then E is from the perspective of the house,
Yeah, like
from the house towards the street. Okay, with their planned fence in post. Is there anything, I'm gonna share, I'm gonna spread these out, but the posts are up. Is there anything, any fencing in there currently?
No,
Okay,
just marked.
okay.
So in picture, in the site plan, page 1, where's the front of the house? And where's the driveway? That's what I'm trying to understand. Can you scroll to picture 1? So where's the front of the house and the driveway in here? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Go back.
Page 3. Okay.
Tanglewood's right off of Bishop High here.
Mhm.
Yes.
Go back, and then the driveway is on the left-hand edge.
Got it. Okay, I see it now. So We're coming up the driveway here, and then the house is off to the right.
Yeah.
Got it.
There's a dotted line.
Yeah.
Comes out 15 feet. I mean, there are some unique characteristics of this lot and the way the home is on it. It's like.
Yep.
That helps.
Okay, I get it now. Thank you.
Where the posts are already, the new posts, was this stopped in the middle of putting up a new fence? Is that why
I
we're here?
believe So, yeah.
The fence is going to be 4 feet high.
I am actually not sure about that.
It's gonna match the existing
Yes,
fence
yes,
right
the
there, yeah.
existing.
So you-
I don't have the exact measurement.
So
Same type of fence.
same type of fencing, like a wooden,
That is my understanding. If you want, I can call Raquel right now. and
Any sightline?
Not that I'm aware of at this time.
It doesn't look like it's a pretty large lot.
I know it's, yeah, it's a big lot. It's a corner lot. The front of
Yeah.
it's blocked by a lot of vegetation, but
Okay.
Thank you.
And Andy, is the variance, help me out on what the variance would be for exactly?
Special exception for third-party fence.
Okay. Just the fact that it's a front yard, there's no other setback issues or anything like that. It's just the
We
fact
just-
that it's a front yard.
Because it goes beyond the front of the house, right?
It goes, right, beyond the frontmost.
It is a special exception on a variance.
seems like it's going well beyond the front of the house, though.
Yeah. Okay.
Is there a reason why you can't go to the back of the house?
I think there's a lot of like greener, like trees and things in the back there. And I don't know if it's leveled out. It looked, when I did the walk around to the outside of the property, it looked like it was a hill leading up.
You go to that drawing, I think it's the previous one, just a,
First page.
yeah. So this is what it is now. He's adding this.
Yes,
The back of the house or the front?
That's the back. It's a corner lot. It kind of faces southwest.
Yeah.
If you want to,
Does the fence in the back of the house or the front of the house?
I do think the pool was in the front.
oh, is it?
Yeah, the
So
street.
this-
So
Tanglewood
the
is
house
here.
faces southeast?
This is the original house. It was not in this development. So when they built a development around this house, the lot became what it is because front would be down for the street. Right. So originally, the front would be towards Newtown Street, Bishop Hollow Road, but now it's on Tanglewood.
Yeah. Okay, so this is Tanglewood down here.
Yeah.
Cul-de-sac.
Well, that's where the cul-de-sac is.
Right. Yeah. Makes sense. In that case, it makes a little more
Yeah.
sense on where it
Yeah,
is. Where it is.
Yeah.
Okay, I have no other
Let's
questions.
go around the horn for questions for the board. Mike,
I have no other questions.
Mhm.
are there any party protestants? Yeah, go ahead, sir. And can you come on up, state your name and your address, please?
My name is Bill Ryder, president of the Tanglewood Condo Association at 108 Tanglewood Lane.
can you spell your last name?
Reiter.
And are you stepping forward as a party protestant?
We're protesting the fence and the variance that she's asked for.
Okay, so you live in, just before you get into it, so you
Yeah.
live in the neighborhood, right?
Pardon?
Your address is,
108 Tanglewood Lane.
got it, in the townhomes, okay. Can you swear him in then, Bridget?
Can you raise your hand, please? Do you swear or affirm?
Yes.
All right, so Why don't you tell us your side of the story and then maybe we can,
Okay, well, this actually goes back to 2014 when she asked for a variance to increase the size of the deck in the back. At that time, I believe she was given that variance. And she agreed to plant a row of trees so that it would block the view from our homes in on the Tanglewood Lane on her deck. She never planted the trees. We're opposing this because we're afraid that given her past, and I can show you pictures, that she will not take care of the existing the fence that she wants to put on. She will not take care of her own property. And we don't want to have our property diminished because of that. And I have pictures and situations I can describe.
just to clarify, her property where she is does not fall into your HOA.
Pardon?
Her property isn't part of your homeowner's
No.
association. Okay.
Are you for the, sorry, go ahead. Are you for the Tanglewood Street or the Tanglewood townhomes behind?
The condos or the?
Can you go, can you scroll to
I
the,
represent the con.
Gotcha.
There's six.
So you're directly behind that
can you
double
scroll
deck.
to the
that's
bigger,
listed there.
to
I
zoom
think
down?
that's what it is.
Yeah,
I'm a
that's
little
right.
confused about that.
Here's
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
There's
That's the
fence.
house.
You're up
Yes,
here.
we're there.
You're the-
There's 6 townhouses, 3 and 3.
And are you within 200 feet of the property, those townhomes?
Yes,
Okay, got it.
okay. We've had numerous run-ins with her over the years of minor stuff that
You're talking about the property owner.
are
So Miss
other property owners.
Miss
Tanglewood
Amour,
have had
are there any
problems.
other residents there?
Yeah. I'll give you one example. We had our driveway resurfaced back in the spring. And about a week or so after the driveway was resurfaced, and it's still damp and everything else, she had one of her contractors park on our driveway for an extended period of time. I asked them to move because of the driveway resurfacing. He told me in no uncertain terms what I could do with that. I called the cops, and they had to intervene to get her to move, have her contractors move that truck.
Okay, so
Okay,
I understand there's probably some history there. I want to be very clear on what your role is here, and that is to discuss the issues relating to the fence application.
Yeah.
Now, you're giving us context in your relationship, which is important as we decide this case. But we need to hear from you specifically and from the residents that you represent, what your opposition is specifically to the fence that's being requested.
I don't believe, nor do the residents that I represent, believe she's going to take care of the fence and maintain it and keep it in such a fashion that it won't detract from our residents. I've got a few examples, recent examples of what's been going on. If
Why don't you bring them up?
Yeah.
I'll mark them up and we can enter them into the record.
This is group 4.
All right. So we'll just call them exhibits F, P, Roger, all right. P1 through P4
Right.
are, looks like fallen trees.
Yep.
Okay,
Here's another example. She had put stakes on what she considered to be the boundary of the property. Most of the time, not most of the time. But her bushes and shrubbery has overflowed to our property and she doesn't take any care of that.
Andy, what, is there a township ordinance about upkeep of vegetation and things like that?
We do have property maintenance.
That,
We have, I say that we have it on property.
okay,
Okay, what you're looking at in that P1, I think you called it, is a group of trees that fell down and were obstructing the road a little bit, but not much. And she never took care of them. She observed them. I saw her driving by. And we ended up doing it ourselves. The other pictures, E2, I guess it was, show where she considers the property line and then a bunch of bushes and vegetation that is just all over the place. And there's other examples of that. So we don't think she is going to take care of anything that she puts up there. And we have a history with her that is not the best.
Is she the sole occupant of the residence?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Have you dealt with her directly or any representatives?
She told me not to step on her property ever. The cops told me to stay away.
Yeah, we need to be careful not to try to manage relationships here. I mean,
I understand,
you're,
but it's a little difficult from our side
sure.
to keep the relationship out of it.
Yep. So there's a fence there now that she wants to extend. She's going to extend that with a new fence, which will be newer than the existing fence. You just don't think she's going to take care of the new fence. You want to prevent her from putting in a new fence so that she will not take care of that.
Well, the hardship is walking the dog. And, we don't know where the fence is supposed to be anyway. We were not given that information.
Okay.
Yeah, I see it.
And it's like 15 feet in either direction.
If this was a side yard fence,
I don't recall a fence there, an existing fence.
There is, we have a picture.
yeah, there's a
of it.
picture of it.
Okay.
It's a white fence. It's probably behind the vegetation that
Oh, all
you
right.
showed us pictures of.
Yeah. Well, there's numerous examples of that, the vegetation from her property overflowing onto our property. And she will do nothing about it.
Mhm.
And the trees that had fallen are the main example, the most recent example of somebody just ignoring the problem.
Okay.
In terms of the hardship, and Ms. Fleming, maybe you can speak to this, there's a fenced in area there already where she can let her dog out. Right.
She has 3 very large dogs and it's a pretty small area. She wants more.
We're talking about a permanent fixture for dogs with a lifespan of 15 years. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You might have more
If that.
dogs once.
Okay.
I mean, she seems like a very big dog person.
But again, my point is it's a permanent thing versus a relatively temporary hardship.
I understand, but even for any kind of future, if there was a future animal who could enjoy that space, she could do other things with a fenced-in space in the future. If there's small children, it could be a big running space for small children if she chooses to sell the house, if she doesn't have kids herself. I do think that it would add to the property.
So on the property, it seems there's a fair amount of other, area where there could be a fence on the left side of the property. If I'm looking up the driveway, is there additional hardship where they wouldn't be able to do a fence on that side of the property? Or what's the reason they can't keep it where it's not?
The orientation of the house just backwards, and that's what's causing this. Because the fence, the pool deck in the picture showed the pool deck, which you would think would be in the rear of the house facing the road. And that's what's causing the need for a variance. They're putting a fence.
Yes.
But is the house actually facing the other direction logically if you were looking at the house, just how it was built? In other words, if she was putting a fence on the other side of the property, then there would be no need for this hearing at all. Correct?
My recollection, the last time I was on the property, is that the typical front door does face south towards the coast.
Okay.
That's my recollection.
Okay.
Yeah, so if I'm looking at this picture here, what I'll think is the rear of the house, which is
North.
facing northwest, rather than ask for a special exception here, or a variance to do this fence beyond the front of the house here, what's the reason they can't just do it in the back of the house?
From what I recall from the walk, it's up a hill, so there's that's what my recollection is, it's very uphill. I don't think there's like ground level where the fence could be put in.
Or vegetation, I think she said
Yes,
earlier.
heavy vegetation.
So why not clear why not clear the vegetation and have your dog area? I mean, I'm having a hard time, if you couldn't tell, finding the hardship of having this huge lot and you need a fenced in area in front of the house when you have other areas that you really haven't gone down the full rabbit hole of, clearing vegetation, leveling out some area. I mean,
There's already a fence there.
Yeah, it
It'd
would
be
be
easier to extend an
extend it.
existing fence
Okay.
versus creating a whole new area.
You want with a variance request or a special exception?
this is a variance.
It says variance, but we're saying special exception, so which
Yeah.
is it? It reads
It's a
variance, but we say
variance in the
special exception.
application.
We speak to the need for a special exception, privacy, highway or business.
Okay, so is
And then
this,
we also say in the code that when an existing fence, wall, or hedge is, or object is moved or modified, or stringent requirements of the code applies. Breaks the expansion, and at this point in time, I can't speak whether or not the existing fence is ever granted a permit.
Mhm.
I don't know that. I think, or may want to consider some of the property maintenance concerns that are evident and placing dog in the front yard. I think that would be.
So, yeah, if the fence isn't maintained suitably, then the dog's not, I got what
She's
you're saying.
maintained the current fence though, just fine from what I saw when I was there earlier.
Is there a reason why the applicant's not here?
She wanted me to appear for her. I think that,
wasn't the question.
I think that there's been a lot of, she was worried about some of the animosity with the neighbors. I mean, I even experienced it.
It would be helpful to have the benefit of her perspective.
I understand.
Let's go for more questions from the board, and then we'll ask the party protestant one more time.
I don't have any more.
no questions?
All right, sir, so this is your last chance to ask questions or make
I'm
testimony.
sorry, I didn't.
This is going to be your last chance to ask questions of the applicant or give testimony yourself.
I think I've been clear about what our concerns are, and I've shown you documentation, and photographs of those issues that have come up over and over again. And we've gotten no satisfaction from her in dealing with the bushes, the shrubs that are just overgrown on our property. And I'm afraid this is going to continue. And I see no reason why it wouldn't continue.
Or can I just ask you a question?
Sure.
If the maintenance issues weren't as prevalent as yes, would you be protesting the fence?
I don't know what the fence looks like. I don't know exactly where even though I saw the picture, I'm not exactly sure where it would go. And I don't think you can separate the fence from the maintenance issues.
Doesn't really answer my question. Let's assume there wasn't a vegetation. And the fence is there was the fence that already on the property. That's correct. Organization have an objection? Yes, sir.
If the whole thing was cleaned up, no. But it would take an incredible amount of effort to clean up her side of the property.
Your issue, I know, dominantly a maintenance issue.
Absolutely.
Would the party protestant or the applicant be opposed to continuing this case to next month? So that the applicant can present a vegetation solution, a property maintenance solution, and an actual plan of what the fence would look like.
We just feel like we don't have a lot of information.
We don't
about-
have, it looks like it's drawn on it.
Back in 2014, when she was granted a variance to move the deck out closer than it then it's allowed usually. She stated she would put a line of trees in, never happened.
Right, so we're dealing today with the fence. I know there's past things. There's not much we can do as a board right now to past things. We appreciate the history, but we just want more plans and we want to get as much to this case so we can make it a ruling for or against it. So we're asking for what model fence, what's it going to look like, a detailed plan, a vegetation cleanup, things like that, and some more conversations. And then maybe working with Andy too to make sure the things in the past that are on record have been taken care of, or at least have a plan too, so we could at least. Right.
I think that gives both sides an opportunity to, perhaps there are some things that need to get addressed in the townhome community over there. Maybe this is an opportunity for Miss Amour to present, a plan to do that and address those concerns in the neighborhood. Also gives us an opportunity to really get an idea of what's going to happen there, because it's hard for us to understand that based on what's been presented today.
Okay, so what the board would need to see, if I'm speaking on behalf of the board, is an actual plan of what the fence looks like, what type of materials, how large it's going to be. And what I would hope would happen is that the applicant takes this time to work with the HOA and address any existing maintenance issues prior to her appearance at the next hearing. Is that the next date? Okay. All right, so I move to continue this case Z 2021-19 to date certain 19 August 2021.
Second.
Approved? Or all those in favor?
Aye.
All right, so continued, and hopefully you guys can use this next month to kind of work things out. Ma'am? Yes, sorry. So the record is still open at this point, technically, because we haven't closed it. We've just kind of continued it. But if you have public comment, you're more than welcome to at this time. Yeah, so why don't you come on up, use the microphone.
Caroline Miller, C-A-R-A, and I live at 110 Tanglewood Lane in the townhomes that abut Mrs. Amour's property. The maps aren't to scale. I have no idea what I'm looking at, and I live there. I've not seen her current fence. Everything she's done to the house is awful, and so I have no doubt that this will be. My concerns are not predominantly the maintenance, but the amount of time that it takes for her, like a year to remove a tree that's in her yard. She's been parking on our road, 2 cars that I don't even know, and sometimes 3, plus the workers that she hires to occasionally come over and do work that I don't think gets done because we don't see it. So those are my other concerns. Messy construction, huge commercial sized garbage dump in her driveway for, it had to be at least 6-7 months. Plus I'm probably being generous there. 2 storage pods still there. I think the commercial sized dumpster from her driveway got moved just because this meeting was coming up, because obviously. So she's got 2 storage pods there. I don't know what she's got in it. Technically the front of her house faces what's not Tanglewood Lane, but our driveway.
Right.
And it's a long driveway off of that cul-de-sac. So I think someone said earlier, that the fence wasn't going to really, have any negative effect on the neighborhood, but just everything that she's done already, her presence, her demeanor, her everything is negative for the neighborhood. And I don't want to wait till next month. I've had it. I don't have time for this. I have a brother who died on July 4th. I don't want to come back here again. It's nonsense. And then she wants a variance. Relief from ever having to request another variance. So next month I want to apply for a relief from her ever requesting a relief from never having to request relief for a variance again. Like, this is ridiculous.
Ma'am, sir, what I would suggest, and again, we've already voted to continue this until next month. So the case is still open, and
That's a waste of everyone's time. Go ahead.
Her testimony's on the record.
Your testimony is on the record, and it's
You are not a party protestant? You're
No,
just a-
she's not requesting to be. She's a public comment. The gentleman is representing the HOAs as a party protestant.
Okay.
What I would suggest is that in the next 30 days until this hearing continues, whatever conditions you need to be, and this is a suggestion, this is not a condition of the board on the case, but a suggestion would be to clear up whatever property maintenance issues exist, because the board is going to consider the condition of the property when the case continues.
I've lived there for 7 years. It's been an issue every single day since I've been there. And then her.
She told me when this situation with parking on our driveway occurred, and I called the cops, she told me in no uncertain terms, don't ever step foot on my property. And the police also recommended, don't go near her property.
So,
How do you expect me to do that?
Well, I think her counsel's here today.
yeah,
and it's up
Ms.
to-
Fleming is representing the applicant, right? So
Yeah.
you have a lot to report back to the applicant on,
Yep.
and what is expected of her, both from a planning perspective to the board and from a neighbor perspective with the party protestants. So I'm
I'm
gonna
not
leave,
going to go near her.
I'm gonna leave it at that.
And then you can deal right with the.
I'm gonna leave it at that. We're gonna move on to the next case, but what I will say and reiterate is that the board will strongly consider the testimony tonight from the party protestant and the public comment. And we will be curious to see what has evolved in the next 30 days. All right,
August 19th.
August 19th. So that's already been approved. Thank you for your
Can I
time.
just review what you guys, I'm just reviewing that you need the vegetation plans, what model, material, and then a more detailed plan, what it's going to look like, and then efforts to work with the HOA, correct?
I'd say a
Yes.
construction plan. It sounds like
Length of time.
the
for
way,
construction.
who's doing it, how long they expect it to take, and
For the fence.
for the fence.
And like the site plan too, because what we have presented to us today doesn't really give us a good visual of what to expect, nor, does it give the residents that.
Comfortable feeling that it's gonna get done or would work.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
So the next case we're going to consider is Z 2021-21, Christopher Colgan of 622 North Newtown Street Road, Newtown Square, pertaining to the subject premises. The owner is seeking a special exception and variance relief from sections 172-141F and 172-29B, subparagraph 6. The applicant also requests relief from any other sections of the zoning ordinance that may be realized during the hearing process. Subject premise is located in the R1 zoning district. So do we have Mr. Colgan here?
Yes.
All right, why don't you step up to the table and use the microphone?
I'm Mark Smecker representing
Come on up, yeah. So Andy, is the file in order? All right, file's in order, and let's have the applicant state your name and address, please,
Christopher Colgan, 622 North Newtown Street Road.
and your name.
Mark Semenko, 456 Gateswood Drive, Westchester, PA.
And your role here is,
I'm representing him as the architect to go over the zoning.
okay, and you want to swear them in, please?
Can you both raise your right hands, please? Or affirm your office.
All right, so Mr. Colgan, why don't you go ahead and get started?
Yeah, so we're basically just looking to obviously extend the front portion of the home and a little section on the side of the garage. That's obviously what this variance is for. The other, doing some other renovations as well, but this is obviously pertaining to the variance. I can pick up from there if I may.
Can you just speak up a little bit?
Speaking to the microphone, is that on red?
Yeah, it's on screen.
Okay.
And can I pick up from there?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, guys. I marked these up while waiting, so you don't have to mark them up. Peek through 1 through 6.
questions out there? Okay, the site plan I'm handing out was done by Robert Wager, their surveyor and engineers. So it's accurate. Just quickly, this is the main issue right here, a little addition on the front.
And you're the architect and engineer for this project?
Yeah, with our RJ's Architects and Melville.
Okay. And you're listed here on the permit and the application? Just
I don't know. I
making
didn't.
sure.
No permits have been submitted yet.
Or
Signed,
you're
and-
listed here on the contractors list for the application at least? Okay,
All right, the,
we'll find it.
all right. This is on Newtown Street Road. It's zoned R1. It's a non-conforming lot. Current zoning requires 175 feet of street frontage, and he has 150. And so typically zoning is based on 175 feet, and you're, I think, what is, you need 45 feet of side yards. So the first hardship is it doesn't give him much building, and the second hardship, because he has the non-conforming lot, which is narrower. And if that wasn't enough, then the house is twisted on the lot. So all we're trying to do is put a little addition on the front that comes out 15 feet. And if you look at the blow up here, which would be P1, it gives you the dimensions of coming into the side yard. Well, let's see. Yeah, coming into the side yard, 4 feet 6 and 1/8, and 3 foot 3 7/16 into the front yard. We've kept this to a minimum, just 15 feet, in order to build, an addition onto the front and get it and make it worthwhile. 15 feet we thought was the minimum, and so we have a minimum infringement on the front and the side. And then I put in just some elevations to show you that it's a 1-story addition. So and we're just continuing exactly as it is. And this lot is, when you come off the road, it drops down about 12, 13 feet. So it's really not even visible from the street. And like I said, we're keeping it the same roof line, the same height, just 1 story. They're not real tall roofs. So there's really minimal change. And the side elevations show you how it comes straight off the house. And then the only other thing is he wanted to put two little storage additions on the side of the garage. That we're not going any further into the side yard than the garage currently exists. So that's not making it worse. I don't know if there's anything else you need to know. That's basically all it is. That is non-conforming.
Real quick question on the garage. You said it doesn't go any further into the side yard.
Well, into the existing protrusion of the garage.
Oh, the back left corner.
Yes, that's why it's through the dash line.
I see it.
So we're not making that worse.
Yep, okay.
Okay. It's just that we are going a little bit further is the front addition, but the house is twisted, of course, in the wrong direction for that. It's twisted towards the side yard.
Got it.
And non-conforming to start off with, but it's only a small amount we're asking. We're not,
And in the beginning of your testimony, you mentioned 175 feet off the road, but I think you meant 75 feet.
No. I said the width of the road has to be 175 feet by R1, correct? Yep. See.
Okay.
And this is only 150 feet. So when you take your side yard setbacks in a narrower lot, because it's non-conforming, it squeezes everything in.
Gotcha.
Creates another hardship.
Okay. I thought you mentioned that it was 75 feet off the road. So.
Well, that is the setback from the right of way.
Yeah. Okay.
And so that's shown here too, and that's what that 3 feet, 3 foot 3 and 7/16 is, we're infringing on the front yard, 3 foot 3 and a half, basically.
Just clarify, either Andy or Sam, what part of this is a special exception? What part of this is the variance?
I believe the special exception is, I'm sorry, variance is the front.
Okay.
The special exception. It's
Side yard.
side yard.
Two side yards. Yeah.
Non-conforming side yard.
What's going in the addition?
It's just gonna be a family room. No plumbing, nothing, so.
And what would it have to be to remain compliant with the front yard?
I think it's, I don't know if I have that dimension.
It's not 15, it's 12.
12 or
13.
11. Yeah, somewhere around there. And so we thought that just wasn't gonna make it worthwhile, so we just, like I said, 15 feet, I always felt was kind of a minimum for a family room. But we're trying to do the absolute minimum.
Yep. Okay.
Going back to the garage, is the existing garage, that northwest corner, is that in conformity with the code? Or is that non-conforming?
Well, here, if you look at the site plan, this is the existing setbacks right there.
It's P,
So it's, yeah, P6.
P6.
So the whole, it's totally non-conforming.
This whole thing is.
Okay, what's the setback then? The garage from the property line? And therefore,
Existing, well, we're not making that any worse, but it's.
no, but I want to know what it is now.
I'm looking at this and thinking it might be about 5 feet.
Might be, you're not sure, it's a ballpark.
Well, that.
Mhm.
Well, usually typically, when you have a non-conforming lot, as long by law, or by right, they say, if you don't make it any worse. You know, this, I could get that, Laura Marion hands us out all the time, the case law for this type of variance, and that's why they bother putting that dimension on there, but you can see it's close, it's about 5 feet.
Yeah, if you figure that's 10.
Where's he
feet,
getting the numbers from?
Well, here's 10 feet right here, right? So if you
So
say
you
this
take
is.
half of that.
He didn't, it's not listed on theirs.
We're actually making this is the building from what the garage is.
And the need for the additional storage is just additional storage? Ran out of storage?
Yeah. Everybody does.
Is there any,
It's kind of tight how they had it initially framed with steel beams and whatnot, how they erected it originally, you know what I mean? So it's tight, it doesn't even actually fit a car in the first garage location, you know, because they put the piers too close to one another. Yes, I am friendly with all my neighbors all surrounding.
is there any impervious coverage issues or drainage? Because, I mean, it looks to me like, I mean, you already have a lot of impervious. I don't know specifically for
The
this.
calculations are right on here.
Okay.
It's all on here. It's way under, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, it still remains under, so seepage beds, et cetera, for.
Yeah, we already showed the new seepage bed here. It takes care of all that. And supposedly the town just sends it to their engineer that handles the seepage, the stormwater management.
Yeah.
And we'd probably be picking up more because the way where the addition is, it makes more sense to take and calculate the rainwater management off of the house. Because where we have to put the seat, so we're actually gonna be collecting more rainwater.
Yeah, it usually works like that.
Yeah.
The stormwater
And
issues.
of course, you want to keep the rainwater management downstream. And that's downstream.
Have you guys been affected at all by the development behind you?
No,
Huh?
no, none whatsoever.
Are you the last house in Newtown or is your neighbor the last house? in Newtown?
I believe I think there's actually 2 neighbors before, but then, yeah, you're right.
And it's not being developed.
Correct, yeah.
And it's a PennDOT road.
Yeah, the stop sign pretty much is split, right?
Yep.
By one. Actually 3 now that I think about it right there.
Do we have any party protestants? No? All right, gentlemen, let's take further questions for you. You go ahead.
No, I'm good. I was just looking at the map. I'm good.
Mike,
No, I'm good.
do we have a motion? Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me. Do you have any further comments before we close the record? Okay, is there any public comment? That would be for those that are not party protestants. Okay,
I'll make a motion to approve application Z 2021-21 for the special exception and variance relief.
is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Good luck. All right, the next case we're considering is case Z 2021-22. David and Jenna Beeman of 132 Rockwood Road, Newtown Square, pertaining to the subject property. The owners are seeking a special exception and a variance relief from sections 172-34B, subparagraph 5, and 172-141 to allow a building expansion on a non-conforming corner lot. The applicant also requests relief from any other sections of the zoning ordinance that may be realized during the hearing process. Subject property is located in the R3 zoning district. So we have David and Jenna. All right, do you want to just state your names and addresses, please?
Jenna Beeman, 132 Rockwood Road, Newtown Square.
And Dave Beeman, 132 Rockwood Road, Newtown.
Sir?
I'm the Beeman's architect. I have John Hertz, J2H Designs, 55 Blank Avenue, Paoli.
You mind swearing them in?
Can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that
Thank you. The file's in order.
Oh, it is in order.
So, David and Jenna, why don't you go ahead?
So we bought this house about a year ago. Bought it with the intention of putting an addition on because kitchen and without a bathroom upstairs for our young boy. We wanted to put a bathroom upstairs. So we bought this not realizing and all kinds of non-conforming lot, and we're here.
So you want to build the addition where the existing deck is right now, correct? No?
The deck is well, the deck will come down because we're putting Trek deck on, but it'll be to the left of where the deck is and it's staying within the same parameters of the deck. It's not extending past.
Where the deck goes out right now.
Correct.
So it's a half deck on the back? Or is it?
Yeah, the deck, the existing deck, when you're looking at the property, the existing deck ends where the stairs are. So
The stairs.
Right.
those stairs, yes, that is the far left-hand side of the deck. So the addition will go right where the arrow just was, right there, and we'll remove those stairs and some of the deck, and then they're going to leave the deck structure, but redo the actual decking and the railing.
Andy, this house, I know because I live in the neighborhood, went through extensive construction before it was sold. Was there any variances or anything given? Okay,
Spoke to the previous owners, they said no.
okay.
Everything went up.
It went
from
up.
the previous owner.
Okay.
Nothing went horizontal.
Okay.
What I can say is that we did have some conversation. We have a clause in our zoning code concerning lots, and there's a date given that if the home was built before February 4th, 1938, it could have that 30-foot front yard setback that's identified on the plan. Fortunately, I believe the home was built in 1958. I believe that right. So it didn't fall under that clause. That's unfortunately why these folks are here.
Okay.
Requirement is 45.
That's correct. That's under today's code. But the code does give an exception to those homes that were built before 1930. Would allow that.
And have you had conversations with the neighbors behind you with it?
Yes,
And
Diane and Art Kate
Yeah.
are the neighbors, and verbally told us they were fine with it. They said they'd be here tonight with something.
okay,
So just one more note for the board. Just a two-story addition. An existing house is a walkout basement. So we're not going to do a full foundation under this addition. We're going to do a couple of large piers that allow a more open view from the house when you walk up, not Rockwood, but whatever the other.
Woodhill.
Yeah, so when you walk up Wood Hill, you're not going to be hit in the face with a new foundation. There'll be one, I think it's like a 24 by 24 pier on the corner that'll hold this foundation, that'll hold this addition up. And the other thing is, because it's up in the air like that, and maybe Andy can confirm this, but I think if it's 6 or 8 feet in the air with pervious surface underneath, it does not even create any more impervious surface on the property or create any need for a new stormwater management plan or anything like that.
I don't know that I could say that. I think that if it's covering the surface, not necessarily in contact, I believe our tenant engineer would do that.
Yeah, is that Eileen Nelson?
Yes, Eileen.
Yeah, well, I talked to her.
Oh,
I
okay.
did another job in the township, and our deck was 8 feet in the air, and we were.
The
I was
deck
asking-
portion, the deck portion's fine, but if you put a cover over top of it, it's no longer considered impervious.
Okay.
So that's.
I mean, even so, it's an 186 square foot.
Yeah, covered variance.
We're well below the threshold for any kind of stormwater.
I'm good with any questions.
Are there any party protestants? Go around the horn for the board.
I'm good. I don't have any questions.
And you mentioned that the neighbors on the other side,
Yeah, we have a letter also. One of the neighbors.
if you have it, I'll mark it up and we can enter that into the record as well.
And is that from the neighbor directly behind you on Wood Hill?
No, she said to
Oh, yeah, okay.
come up.
All right. Can we keep this copy?
Yeah. She said she would be here tonight, but we spoke to her on several occasions. Her and told us they were okay with it. And then we've spoken to that letters from the Hemlers who live on Wood Hill directly across on the other corner, non-conforming lot.
Gotcha.
And then we have 2 other neighbors here in support who have done similar additions.
You guys have any questions?
Nope, no, I'm good.
So, yeah, so let's close the record and public comment. If you just want to identify your hands, if you're in favor of this and you live close by, you guys must be good neighbors. Throw good barbecues. All right. Do you want to just stand up and yell your name and address so we can put it in the record? Bob and Alexa Copeland, 4 Wood Hill. Okay. Great. Okay, get that? Okay. All right, is there a motion?
I give the motion to approve Z 2021-22, David J. Berman, 132 Rockwood Road, for the variance section relief and building expansion for non-conforming lot.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you very much, gentlemen.
All right, so what we're gonna do now, see you next week. We're gonna take a 5-minute break and then we're gonna move into the commercial applications. All right, so I got 8:18, let's do 8:23, 8:25, call it, we're back in our seats. This was.
Good.
He was.
It is. It was right here.
All right, so now we're going to move into the commercial applications. I just kind of want to reiterate the ground rules here. The applicants are going to be able to present their testimony without interruption. The board is going to be able to question the applicants as needed. After we're sort of satisfied with our initial set of questions, then we're going to ask for party protestants. Party protestants live within 200 feet of the subject premise, have legal standing, so you're able to appeal to the Commonwealth Court if need be. And you're allowed to ask questions and cross-examine the applicant as well. You also have standing to be aggrieved or affected by the premise or by the case. Is that correct?
Actually, yes.
Okay.
But the appeal is complete.
Common plea is not, okay. None of us are, actually, we got one lawyer. I hear a clock ticking too, so. So it's applicant, then party protestants, and then at that point, we'll make the determination as a board to either close the record or not. And then public comment for those who are not party protestants will be heard at that point. All right? Everybody understand? Okay. So administratively, we're going to come back to order and consider case Z 2019-12, which is Newtown Square Hospitality, along with Joyfor Newtown Village Limited Partners located at 1604 Walnut Street in Philadelphia, pertaining to the subject property, which is located along Westchester Pike, Newtown Township, in the C2 zoning district. The property owner and lessee are seeking an extension of a prior variance in accordance with section 172-16B. All right, so I don't think the applicant or their representation is here. Has the board had the opportunity to review the request for an extension?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any issues that the township sees with granting such extension? All right. Any issues or questions? All right, is there a motion to approve the extension?
Make a motion to approve the application 2019-12 and approve the extension of the previously approved variance.
Second.
And that extension would be.
For 1 year?
1 year.
Yes.
1 year.
And Mr. Burrs is second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. All right, so next up, last but not least, we have considered before us case Z 2021-14, which is Nicholas Sebastian, the equitable owner, 327 North Newtown Street Road, Newtown Square, pertaining to the subject property. The equitable owner is seeking variance relief, special exception approval, and a zoning interpretation in regards to sections 172-29A and 172-141C to allow a change in non-conforming use. The applicant also requests relief from any other sections of the zoning ordinance that may be realized during the zoning hearing process. The subject premise is located in the R1 zoning district, and in this case has been continued from the June 17th meeting. So do we have representation for this case? All right.
My name is Donald Trosa, I'm an attorney representing the applicant. And with me is Robert Lynn, who's our principal witness, architect, and Nick Sumaka and Pauline, his wife, who were the principals. Have Al Frederico, who is a traffic engineer.
Okay. Bridget, do you mind swearing me? What is it?
Whoever can be you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give?
Yes, I do. I made a personal list just with the names of the witnesses, so everybody see it in front of them. Mind if I stood with the books?
Sure, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
And I also want to point out that we have representation from the township as well. So, Mr. Sikora, you want to identify yourself and kind of state your purpose for being here?
Sure, my name is Richard.
Mr. Lynn, you're on the microphone there. Like to make a big entrance. Yeah.
My name is Richard Sikora, representing the township in opposition to the application.
Okay.
Three-party protest status. The Osborne.
I think two of the three are here, Kimberly Osborne. They were recognized.
Okay. It's Everly, Osborne, and Sawicki. Okay. All right, Mr. Petrosa, why don't you take it
Yes,
away?
thank you very much. With the board's permission, I'd like to make a brief opening statement and then get into my witnesses. I'm here representing Nicholas Sebastian LLC, which is the petitioner or applicant in this case, which is Z 2021-14. The property in question is the Knights of Columbus property at 327 North Newtown Street Road. The applicant is the equitable owner or contract purchaser of the property. And the agreement of sale is one of the exhibits that we have in our exhibit package that we handed up to you. It's part of exhibit A1. That actually has a copy of the agreement of sale and it has a copy of the current deed into the current owner of the property. The current owner, and I'll probably butcher this pronunciation badly, but the Matter Day Home Association is the technical legal owner of the property, but as you know, it's operated by the Knights of Columbus. What he has for some time. And they purchased the property November 28, 1958. We're requesting zoning relief to permit the applicant to renovate the Knights of Columbus facility and convert it to a beauty salon and spa. The applicant currently operates Nicholas Sebastian Salon Spa at 3618 Chapel Road in Newtown Square and seeks to relocate to 327 North Newtown Street Road. His business, he's been in Newtown Square here for quite a while, and I think something like 35% of his clients are residents of Newtown Square. The property is zoned R1, and the grass zoning history, because it is so old, it dates back to 1958, is a little bit muddled and not entirely clear. But it is, we still don't know for certain, but the original owner may have obtained a special exception to operate a private club at that location. Some of the records suggest that, but nobody can find an actual decision that says what happened. But in any event, they were there, I think, from 58. There was a fire in the early 60s, and Mr. Lynn will describe this a little bit more. And they built the current building in 1962, early 60s. We have sought, we pled alternative grounds for relief, one of which is that the current use, the Columbus use, was a non-conforming use, and the ordinance permits an applicant to convert from one non-conforming use to another non-conforming use that is as restrictive or more restrictive. Okay. In the zoning district. And so the question there becomes, was it a non-conforming use or not? And so we pled that in our application, and in the alternative, we have requested a variance to permit the conversion of the use. And one thing that we would like to make clear is that the only relief we're seeking is to enable us to use this property for the salon spa. I know I've seen some letters and emails that have come in, and there's some suggestion that it could turn into a restaurant or something like that. And I don't see that as the case at all as I read the zoning ordinance. If the relief is granted, it's for this specific use and it's not for a restaurant. In fact, as I look at it, we're kind of taking away something that was akin to a restaurant and putting the salon spa in, which in my opinion is a more restrictive classification under the ordinance. So that's basically our an overview. I'd like to call Robert H. Lynn, who will be our principal witness, and then I intend to present some testimony from Nick Scamuffa, who is the principal and the applicant, and a little bit of testimony from Albert Federico, who's a traffic engineer. Unless the board has any questions, I'd call Bob.
Just real quickly,
Sure.
before you do, is the applicant making the claim that the special exception is indeed valid from 1958? I know that there was a card referenced in the last hearing.
Yeah.
And then this would be by right?
Well, the special exception, Rich Sikora and Mr. Neese with some digging found some old microfiche records that seem to suggest, that there was an application for a special exception filed in 1958. But still, we found no decision that says what happened or that it was granted. The only thing we found is that same 3x5 card that I mentioned previously that says approved. So one could surmise from that that's perhaps what they applied for, or perhaps it's what they got. But we don't know that for a fact because we can't find, nobody can find a decision. That special exception, if it existed though, would just exist for the private club. It would not exist for the salon use that we're proposing. But if the use was a lawful non-conforming use, then we'd have a little bit easier path because we'd be able to convert to another non-conforming use, which is ours would be a non-conforming use. And the ordinance says that if there's no structural alterations, you can pretty much do it by right. If there's structural alterations, you need a special exception to do that. So that's what caused us to have it. We pled it. We really didn't know what the total zoning history was. So we pled it 3 different ways.
Okay.
And with that, I would like to call Robert Lynn.
Thank you. And I am sworn in. So quick introduction, and my CV will be applicants too in your books. I am Bob Lynn. I'm the principal of Lynn Architects. I've held that role for 39 years. We're a firm of architects, civil engineers, and code officials. We actually cover 12 municipalities in Delaware County as third-party code officials. We also cover some zoning capacities in Delaware County as a result of our code official spinoff. I am now 27 years on the Northern Providence Planning Commission, where I call my 7th consecutive sentence for no time off for good behavior, as you know. And I've worked on, probably the most important thing for tonight, I've worked on multiple municipal comprehensive plans, 3 municipalities, and I've authored quite a bit of zoning legislation in 3 separate municipalities. I am registered as an architect in Pennsylvania and 24 other states. Thank you. Thank you.
I'd offer Mr. Lynn as an expert in the fields of architecture and zoning. His office does act as zoning officer in several municipalities. He's written some zoning ordinances, or certainly sections of zoning ordinances, and he's quite experienced in the field. Okay. Now, are you familiar with the zoning code in Newtown Township?
Yes, I am. In fact, we've worked on quite a few significant commercial projects in the township. The 2-story Goddard School, many projects at Aronimink, the new firehouse on Ellis Drive. These are our type of projects. So we've certainly interfaced with your zoning officer and manager on many projects over the years.
And has your firm been retained to provide zoning services for the property at 327 North Newtown Street Road?
That's correct. I have the pleasure of representing actually Nick and Helena Scamatha.
Can you please describe the property which is the subject of this application?
Certainly. Am I able to get my exhibits, maybe my applicants 3 up, which would be a sort of a colored deed plot? It is A3 in your book. Hold out that colored plot. I have to stick with me if you don't have them on. We emailed them earlier, but. Here they are. Thank you. There's about 8 pages of the deed there, and then my CV, which you haven't saw me, I'll read it tonight, and then a little farther on, you see applicants.
You can try. I don't think it'll work. We found it with the LED. It doesn't always work.
I have a mouse.
That won't work on the TV.
He can from where he is.
Keep scrolling down, Val.
Keep scrolling down. I mean, let me see
I'll work
whether,
around.
let me try to see if the mouse will work.
There you go, right there. You go. Thank you. Oh, yes, that's perfect.
There you go.
There's not a arrow on the mouse, right?
Excuse me?
No,
There's.
if you need to point out things,
You can go up.
you can scroll to it. You know
All
what I
right.
mean? Fine. Yeah, I'm really spoiled here. I'm looking for everything.
There you go. See their pointer?
All right, perfect. Thanks.
Okay.
CV took up so much space. You know, okay, took us a while to get here. Got it. All right. Okay. This is this exhibit applicants 3. It's basically a site plan. We've colorized the property boundaries. Newtown Street Road is running up and down. I'll describe it as north and south in the exhibit on the left-hand side. This is in the R1 zoning district, as you know. We have a 103,248 square foot parcel. That translates into 2.37 acres of land within the boundaries. We have 150 feet of frontage on Newtown Street Road. We have a significant amount of land on Aspen Drive. Aspen Drive is immediately to our north. And I have 510 linear feet of frontage on Aspen Drive. And put that in perspective, that's like 1 2/3 football field. So it's a long, deep property. We have
Is the property currently developed?
yeah, thank you. We have the property currently developed. Applicants 4. We'll start through some photographs. There's an existing building on the site, which you all recognize from driving up and down Newtown Street Road. It has a footprint of 6,900 square feet and has a 2,000 square foot second floor. Second floor is only on the front portion of the building. There is a shot here, which is looking southbound on Newtown Street Road from the driveway, a shot looking northbound on Newtown Street Road, a shot looking at the existing sign as you come in the main driveway, a photograph again with the driveway. You can see a little drop-off canopy immediately behind it. This canopy, by the way, is being removed as our proposal, so that canopy will no longer exist. The shot looking again, standing in the property, looking back towards Newtown Street Road. And then this is a shot looking along the southerly side of the existing building. Okay, thanks. Can I slide this one over? Will this work?
You can move that one over if you want.
Just because I'm three-handed.
Then I'll let.
Thanks. Thanks. Okay. And you can see the building, although it was once an elegant building from 1962, it needs a little TLC at this particular moment. It hasn't exactly been maintained. I'm just going through a couple of the applicants for shots A through R. Another picture of the back and a picture of the northerly side. Finally, looking towards the rear, you can get an appreciation of the depth of the property. I'm 343 feet from the actual rear of the building to the rear lot line. So it's a football field of paving to the rear.
And this is a shot, again, looking towards the rear property line from the building. And finally, this is the existing vegetated buffer, although this is certainly a summer shot between Aspen Drive and our parking lot on the northerly side. That should take me through, I believe, all my photographs
How
on
many
this section.
parking spaces are there in the existing parking lot in the rear?
There are currently 158 parking spaces, paved spaces. This is an old-fashioned parking lot. There's no delineation between driving aisles, landscape islands, just wall-to-wall asphalt. There's 63,000 square feet of asphalt, so it's almost an acre and a half of asphalt in the parking lot.
And the applicant is the equitable owner of the property?
That's correct. That's Nicholas Sebastian LLC is the equitable owner.
And who currently occupies the building?
Until 2021, recently, the Knights of Columbus occupied the building, and they've been there again, as you've heard, since 1962 in this existing building.
So they've been there almost 60 years or
59 years or so, correct? Yes.
Now, do you know when the existing building was constructed?
If I go back to applicants 5, I have 2 shots, pretty interesting Google shots. This is a 1959 aerial. And it's kind of interesting. You can see the DuPont racetrack across the street. You can see Newtown Street Road curving along as I'm tracing it. Somebody else has a racetrack behind our parcel over where it's now Aspen Drive. And you'll see some small structures on our parcel, which we've outlined. There were some small buildings there when they purchased the land in 1958. These buildings subsequently burned in 1961. And the new building, which you'll see, you can see why we know the era now. This is a 1965 aerial. And you can actually see the new building located there, as well as a water tank immediately to the south.
And can you describe the surrounding property?
Certainly. I'm on applicant 6, and these are photographs A through G. To the left or the north side, again, is Aspen Drive. Aspen Drive, incidentally, did not exist when the original building was built in 1962. That was added at some subsequent point. I'm not certain when. Across Aspen, there are 2 parcels of open space, one of which the firehouse was originally going to try to develop on Sawmill, if you recall, before they went to Ellis Drive. And the second one is another parcel of open space owned by the township for open space, period. So that's the front half of the 2 parcels flanking Newtown Street Road. If I go across Aspen Drive, for the first, across the first 190 feet of the rear of our property, not the front. The front of our property is opposite the open space. I have number 4 Aspen, and that's the home of John and Janet Sawicki, and they're here this evening. In fact, we met with the Sawickis as well. If I go farther up Aspen, that's the corner of Sugar Maple and Aspen, and this is behind our property. That's number 2 Aspen, and that's the home of Tom and Laura Gambone. Again, not opposite our property, but a little farther back Aspen on the corner. Immediately to the rear, right here, I have number 1 Aspen Drive, and that's Joe and Kristen Everly, and they're also here this evening. We also met with the Everlys. And to the rear in the east, slightly farther down, not really touching us, is number 57 Sugar Maple, and that's Kimberly Osborne. I think you heard some of those names earlier this evening. So to give you an orientation, 2 properties along Aspen, 1 property immediate to the rear, and 1 just to the south of us, and also on Sugar Maple. To the right-hand side, you can't miss it from the aerial. That's a 160-foot diameter water tank. I saw a 1957 zoning decision to permit them to put it there, and that was only a 75-foot tank, and that was 2 million gallons. I have no clue how big this thing is, but it's an aqua property with a water tank, and there are buildings to the front of that property as well that support the water tank.
So how many residential parcels actually touch the subject property?
We only have actually 1 property is actually contiguous, and that's the one to the rear. That's the one at number 1 Aspen Drive. That's the only one that actually has a physical property line or lot line shared with ours.
And how about further off the site between the Knights of Columbus property and Goshen Road?
Yeah, let me just back up 1 second, because I didn't share a couple more of my applicants, 7 and 6, if you don't mind, just a couple photos. I'm standing here on Aspen Drive, looking towards Newtown Street Road. On the left-hand side, this is the current buffer that's between Aspen and our property. There's also an elevated berm on that. Now, of course, this again is a summer shot. And one of the things we heard when we talked with the neighbors is this gets a lot sparser in the winter. So we were trying to recognize what it really looks like in the winter. That is a summer shot. Again, this is the terminus of Aspen Drive. Great shot of the water tank. Needs a good paint job, it looks like. And this is the building that's the one of the operating buildings in front of the water tank. And finally, I'm looking across the water tank property. Immediately to the south is a daycare center, and that's the side elevation of the daycare center looking down. So that's the final pictures in A6. Applicant 7. Oh, this is a picture, I'm sorry, of the graveyard, which is immediately behind and to the south of the water tank property. Applicant 7 is an interesting aerial because what Don was just asking is what is immediately to the south along the parcel. And of course, we've just discussed the water tank in detail. Beyond the water tank is the First Baptist Church Cemetery. And beyond that is the Latvian Lutheran Church. And the next property down is actually a residence turned on an angle at the corner of Goshen Road and Newtown Street Road, and followed across Goshen just at the tip of my aerial, the Newtown Presbyterian Church. So in the first 1,000 feet south of us, which is a fifth of a mile of stretch, there is one residence. All the rest are non-residential properties. I think it's important to understand the character of the neighborhood, at least along Newtown Street Road.
And that one residence actually faces on Goshen Road?
Its driveway is on Goshen Road. It appears to be 2 houses on a single tax map parcel. I'm not sure of the details, but there's a larger house and a much smaller house on the corner on an angle, and the driveway is indeed on Goshen Road.
Is the Knights of Columbus a use by right in the residential district?
No, it's not.
Under the current code, it would be permitted by special exception?
Under the current code, as long as it has specific parameters, it would be a special exception. That's correct.
So what have you been able to ascertain about the Knights of Columbus and how that was established?
Well, I think a combination of assistance from counsel for the township and the manager and everyone else has tried to dig some records out, as you heard in the opening statement. They're a bit sparse, whereas it was 1958. We did see an application filled out for a special exception. We're not sure the hearing ever took place. There doesn't seem to be any record or anything beyond that. I have to assume it took place, but again, I'm speculating with that. The property was first purchased November 1958, but the hearing was prior to November 58. My speculation is they didn't want to buy the property without understanding if they had a use of it. So we hear that a lot. You know, they could have been equitable owners. I'm speculating again. At the time, it was under the 1950 zoning code, and it was called the A Residence District. It subsequently changed from the A Residence to the current zoning code, which we see. Ordinance number 4 of 1956, which also showed up on some microfiche, added some constraints about clubs and parking for nonprofit clubs. Doesn't really affect this, but it was just kind of the history. And this particular, again, the house burnt down in 1961. The zoning code here is the 1958 code, which is applicants 8. My sideways exhibit.
59 code?
This is the 1959 code, correct. And the house, the current building as built would have existed after the 1959 code came into pass. So, I mean, a lot of boring history, but I'm trying to understand this myself, and we're trying to get our arms around the case. In the R1 zoning district, under the 1959 code, and it became R1 after A, under section 301(4), it allowed a nonprofit club or lodge when authorized as a special exception, with the caveat in parentheses, the operation of a club or lodge principally as a business is prohibited. So that was a specific language in 1959. Very similar, by the way, to the language in the current code.
Can you describe the Knights of Columbus operations for the parcel?
Absolutely. Applicants 9 is a brochure, and you can probably read it a lot better in your booklets than you can on the screens. But it's a brochure which was issued many years by the Knights of Columbus, advertising their quote Camelot Ballroom. And if you look at the services that they provided under the Camelot Ballroom, there's a number of them on 2 different pages. I think they're really important because the character and how this building is used, I think, is very important to our current case. So I won't bore you with much more detail, but looking quickly, they had a full service bar, sit down and buffet packages, complete wedding packages. I'm reading right off the brochure, with cake and DJ and wait staff. Your choice of a caterer, we can recommend one. Funeral lunch packages, banquets and fundraisers, meeting and corporate events. Large banquet hall. The rear banquet hall seats 230 people. So it is a large banquet hall. Club room for small parties, a large well-lit parking lot, 63,000 square feet, and a bunch of other services listed. And there were just a number of things took place in this building over the last 50 to 60 years. And this sort of advertises the more recent scenario of what occurred there. There are a couple of pictures behind what I found fascinating behind applicant's 8, which is some pictures of the Camelot Ballroom. All looks like decked out for some type of a party reserve. So it's a typical banquet facility.
Now, did the club members provide the hours of operation for the fairs that took place at the Camelot Ballroom?
They did, and we met with them on a Saturday. Don and I personally met with them just to understand the history of the operation. And they represented to us that they had catered events that ran until 10 or 11 at night. They had dances that went until midnight. I don't know how long ago the dances were. In the 70s and 90s, they say they had 2 weddings at Saturday. They had Friday night weddings. They had all kinds of venues. COVID certainly tapered off their activities, but even prior to COVID, there were some pretty significant events still occurring at this particular location.
And was the property used for any other purpose besides the catering?
Applicants 10 shows that the property they were apparently trying to generate revenue, and the rear of the property has been used for a number of years for a kind of a utility line truck operation for Miller Brothers. These pictures are current, they're not old. And at least the last 3 years they've been there, and it sort of looks like an industrial yard if you flip through your exhibit books. I mean, there's cable reels and spools of wire, and it's like they didn't have a dumpster, so they used it just to dump everything in the back. You kind of see what's going on. There's pallets of these pallets are right against Aspen Drive in the corner. So there's a pretty significant amount of industrial type usage for both vehicles, which we understand are a little noisy when they put the OSHA backup horns on in the morning, and materials. Before that, before Knight Brothers, Henkels and McCoy was there for a number of years, we understand. So there's been a pretty long history of trying to generate some revenue in the rear of the parcel. Clearly not a.
Is that an allowable use?
It is not allowable use. But obviously, it just happened, it was a revenue generator. But again, it's important, I think, to understand the last 50 or 60 years to understand where I'm trying to move this building in the future or today.
Okay, and just to go back to the use of the facility for just a second, is your understanding it was also used as a voting location?
It was a township poll for a number of years. I don't have the exact dates on that, but the township certainly used it as a poll.
And then, of course, the Knights of Columbus had meetings there and socialized there and so forth.
Correct. And I think also important is there was never anything we've determined in questioning and talking to the township, never any objection to any of the operations at the club or even this rear operation on the parcel. It's such a deep, long parcel. No one even knows it's there, although it certainly wasn't hiding when it was a polling place. So I think just one of those things just happens de facto.
Let's talk about the proposed changes to the parcel to make it a viable use as a salon.
Well, you saw the existing 1958, certainly vintage, nice brick house, house style. And we've tried to take and for Nick and Helena bring this kind of into the current 21st century with some new images, taking off the pent roof, wrapping a band around it, trying to just get a little bit of character, adding a trellis on the back so people coming from the rear lot, which by the way, we've significantly reduced, I'll explain in a minute, size, just a little place, a sense of arrival, because the rear of this building is really in effect the entrance. It's not the front the way it's cited on the site. Just a couple ideas of some of what we're trying to do with a drop off. And the flavor is actually a little water feature over here on the side of the building. And you'll start to see there's some real landscaping for the first time, because right now, again, 63,000 square feet of asphalt. Here is applicant's A12. This is the existing site plan, which you saw a little more detail. You can see this major parking field to the rear with 158 spaces. But here's our proposal. And you can see we're trying to introduce some landscape islands, actually following the township's code of not having more than nine or 10 spaces in a row, following the township's code on space sizes. And perhaps the most important thing we did is we took the perimeter on Aspen and the perimeter at the rear, and this is a discussion with the neighbors, and we enhanced the amount of buffering to the parking lot. So we peeled the parking lot back, and we took the Aspen parking perimeter, which is 23 feet currently, and it berms up, and we went to a full 50 feet. We took the rear, which is currently anywhere from 14 to 27 feet on the taper, and we also went to a full 50 feet. And that number is actually a number that if this was a compliant commercial site contiguous to a residential district would be the right number for the buffer of 50 feet. So we went right to the full standards as though this was a commercial property in a C district contiguous to a residential. So we have 50 on both sides. We did not attempt to either hide ourselves in the water tank or the water tank from us. We maintained the 17-foot buffer on the side. So although we'd like to landscape it, we didn't enhance that 17-foot buffer.
And the number of parking spaces was reduced.
We went from 158 current cars to 74 cars, significantly reduced.
And was that one of the issues that one of the neighbors asked if we could reduce the number of parking spaces?
We originally went in with a reduction below 158. We were asked if we could even reduce it further, and we concluded that the 78 number works both from allowing us to introduce legitimate buffers and allowing us to have parking that far in excess of the zoning ordinance, but supports the building per se.
Will landscape improvements be made in these newly expanded buffer areas?
Absolutely. And one of the things I like to do when I do a landscape buffer is I like to use a series of components. If you just do an evergreen buffer, the problem is they slowly grow up over time and the under canopy drops off and you can look right through it. So headlights and other things affect them. There is a berm about 4 feet high along Aspen that helps to some extent. We are in the valley. But I like to use at least an opaque fence, and I like to take the opaque fence and I like to add into that landscaping, both high landscaping and lower bushes that actually give me a little bit of softening. We'll definitely do that in the buffers.
And why do you feel we should be making all these improvements?
Well, I mean, a 63,000 square foot, one piece parking lots, 1960s. We don't do that anymore. It's an opportunity to reduce the parking field, to reduce the impervious surface. And by the way, our impervious surface on the site is going from 68% to 49%. So it's a definite reduction in impervious and of course, stormwater generation. And we just think it's the right thing to do. Plus, this is what a quality business today has. You add that type of buffering and that type of landscaping and a more interesting lot to make it a quality parking field.
Just, I think on the number of parking spaces, I think at one point we said 78, one point we said 74, it is 74.
I have it listed, Don, I could count them, but I have it listed as 74 parking spaces. I believe that's the correct number. Yeah.
All right. And did you solicit a neighborhood input on the site improvements?
We did. We actually set up a little card table in the parking lot on June 28th. We invited several neighbors. Fortunately, the two neighbors that are the closest to us were able to make it. The neighbors immediately, again, not necessarily opposite our building, but definitely opposite our parking lot, made it, and the neighbors immediately to the rear made it. And they are here this evening, and I'm sure we can have some more dialogue. And we listened to what the concerns were. I asked questions about buffering, just asked concerns in general. So it was a good meeting.
And I gave some discussion in my opening remarks, but how do you see the relief that we're here to request from the Newtown Township Zoning Hearing Board?
Well, the proposed use is clearly not a use by right. There's no question by that. This is an R1 district. In the absence of township records, I assume that it could have been a special exception. I'm not certain. I'm not positive that in any case. Very sketchy records. What if it was a special exception? It was for a nonprofit club or lodge. It was not for a commercial enterprise because the ordinance clearly said that in 50, 59, and today. I don't think that's how it's been operated the last 60 years. I truly don't think so. I mean, it's clear by the Camelot ballroom brochure and other components. It's an interesting zoning point I'm going to make, I hope. I think this evolved into a full commercial catering facility. I mean, you know, it's advertised, it's there. We're looking at a liquor license, everything occurred there. It's clearly not a matching the private club kind of scenario. It became a commercial banquet catering facility. And I think also the fact that the parcel's been used for de facto commercial industrial vehicles in the rear for a number of years is also an interesting point on the use of the parcel.
And what is the significance of that to you?
Well, you know, I would make the argument that it has evolved and it's evolved into a commercial facility, regardless of what happened in 1959. And if you look at ordinance section 172-14C,
141.
141C, I apologize. Thank you. A non-conforming use of a building or land may be changed. Indeed, it's been operating that capacity. And the exact language of it under 172-141C is, this is letter C, changes. I'm going to read only the first sentence.
A non-conforming use of a building or land may be changed to a non-conforming use of the same or more restricted classification if no structural alterations are made therein, provided that such a change may include structural alterations when authorized as a special exception. For the most part, for the total part, other than maybe some windows, we're not really changing the structure of this building. We have one large, very large room on the rear. We have some smaller rooms to the side. We have room to the front. Building's built in an interesting fashion. It has steel bar joists and a concrete floor for the second floor. It's built like a bunker. It has block walls. It has brick on the outside. So this is built like an industrial kind of a building. So we don't really want to tear through those walls because you can't afford to. So our new plan would work within the footprint. I think my position therefore would be that I would contend that a salon isn't really more intense use than the building, and the site improvements are clearly an improvement. And if you want to find out why I think it's no more intense, applicants 14, and yes, I'm getting to the end of my book, it shows under your C1 district language, and it's in there, the code excerpt, that a personal service shop or a beauty shop is a use by right in C1. So I'm going to hold that out as a concept. I'm going to go take a look now that a restaurant or a catering establishment in the same permitted use category requires a special exception to be allowed. So I actually think I'm not only neutral in my intensity of use by proposing a salon versus a restaurant. I think I'm actually in a category elevated upward because I don't need a special exception. I could indeed be a use by right under the conversion if this was indeed used commercially and I want to convert it to something else under the section. It's something I want to offer as a comment.
I just want to object to the legal conclusions that he's drawing as to what creates a non-conforming use. He's comparing what perhaps was a non-compliant zoning violation use, what he wants to do, not a non-conforming use. He's talking about what evolved over the years. So he's drawing that legal conclusion.
Right.
I'm objecting to.
And that's, I'd kind of like to clarify that for the audience as well, okay? Because we're talking about existing non-conforming, variance for reasonable use. And what it seems like the board is we first have to decide whether or not the use as a social club is a valid non-conforming use. Okay, if we decide that it is a valid non-conforming use, then the burden of proof for the applicant seems to be significantly lower. Okay, because you can argue that that's sort of a by right use and they can change the use. If the board decides and interprets that it is not an existing non-conforming use, meaning that it is a zoning violation that has just sort of evolved over time, then the applicant has to seek a variance. In which case their burden of proof needs to prove to the board that their use as a commercial operation fits within the character of the neighborhood. You know what I mean? So that's, we're kind of dealing with a few different issues here. And Mr. Petrosi, if you want to comment, Sam, can you clarify on that?
Yeah, I sort of thought we, cover these legal issues sort of at the end in our wrap up.
And that's fine. I wanted to note my objection because I thought his testimony crossed into that legal issue.
I have consummate respect for Mr. Sikora's legal knowledge, and I'll offer one.
We're the only one.
If you think about it, it's no different than the concept of adverse possession. If I use something openly and hostily for 21 years, I have certain rights I wasn't granted at the beginning, and they become my rights. So it's kind of similar conceptually. I'll leave it go with that.
Objection, a variance by estoppel is, it's again, that's the
We'll
same.
go to the variance.
So I think at the end of the testimony, we can make legal arguments.
Okay, all right.
Do you know how the township comprehensive plan from May of 2016 treats this parcel?
I do, and I think this is an incredibly important exhibit. This applicant's 15 is the comprehensive plan, as you indicated, from 2016. And this is the future land use map. This is what the township's comp plan suggests this stretch of land could be used for. The blue represents up here. This is the parcel that was acquired after the comp plan by Newtown Township. It's open space at this point. The red parcel is the parcel up for discussion tonight. And the red color coding on this indicates commercial use. So our parcel is on the future land use map and the comprehensive plan shown as commercial use. The gray parcels that's the water tank. And if you look at the color code, which I also included at the bottom corner, they specifically list that as public utilities. That's the wording. If you go a little farther down below there, the blue is the cemetery. So the blue, again, on the map is listed as institutional. And below that, the red is the daycare. And the red is listed as commercial. And below that, you basically, you go the whole way down the system there. And that is the Latvian church. And that's listed as institutional. So the entire stretch, except for this is the house on the corner I pointed out earlier in yellow, is still residential. Everything in that stretch in the future land use map shows non-residential. And by the way, this little yellow thing's the most interesting. It showed up in 1939. This is like a 1,200-foot flag lot leading to a parcel in the back. I couldn't figure out what that was. Kind of unique. It shows our future land use as commercial, and that was 2016. This is the future. So here we are 5 years later in 2021, looking at the township's vision, if you will, of this particular stretch.
Steve,
Now,
you
so
don't
assuming the board does not agree with your position that this is a change from one non-conforming use to another non-conforming use, what relief do we then require? I think we know the answer to that.
We need a use variance at that point. Correct.
And are you familiar with the proof required by the applicant to show hardship and meet the zoning code requirements for variance as set forth in section 172-15 of the Township Code and section 910.2 of the Pennsylvania Municipalities Planning Code? And the standards are the same in the Township Code. And
They are identical. They are identical. The MPC and the Township Code almost mirror the language exactly. I am familiar, yes.
Would you take a look at those and just tell me if you believe those standards are met where applicable? It does say where relevant, and then we'll get specific as to why you think.
There are 5 standards. This board's heard these ad nauseum, but I'll go through them. I'll touch on them. I'm not going to read them, certainly. And of the 5 standards, the first one basically is unique physical circumstances or conditions. And we certainly have a parcel of land that is unique in many, many capacities, including the fact that we're adjacent to a 160-foot diameter water tank. And we have a building that's built in a commercial, almost industrial capacity on the front of the site. I think it is a very unique situation we have here with limited frontage on Newtown Street Road. There's no possibility that property can be developed in strict conformity with the provisions of the code. I'm going to put on some testimony in a minute.
I'm sorry. Can you just slow down a little bit? I didn't hear your last.
I'm sorry.
4 sentences.
All right. I'm under number 2, under the MPC. I'm under the
there's
variance.
something that could not be or could be.
I'm sorry. There's no possibility the property can be developed in strict conformity with the provisions of the zoning ordinance. That's just the bulk of that number 2.
You're saying,
To allow reasonable use of the property.
no, I'm just saying, and this is where I apologize, I couldn't hear. Are you saying that is the standard? Or are you testifying that there is no way that this property could be?
I'm trying to match our application to the burden of proof required by the applicant on whether I have hardship.
All right, so
under these
you're,
conditions.
okay, so
Correct.
you're opining that you can't develop this.
I am exactly opining to that. The unnecessary hardship hasn't been created by the applicant. I didn't build the water tank. I didn't create the building that's there. I didn't create the 63,000 square foot parking lot to the rear. This exists. I didn't create any of these things. That was number 3. Number 4, this is an important one. The variance if authorized will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood or district in which the property is located, nor substantially or permanently impair the appropriate use or development of adjacent property, nor be detrimental to the public welfare. I actually think our proposal and cleaning up this building and our proposed operation and removing parking lot and creating buffering for the first time is going to be an improvement of the property. I truly believe that. I mean, I don't have any alcohol served on the premises with a liquor beer license. I don't have any of the things that existed as part of the club. So I think it's actually neutral, if not an improvement under number 4. That'd be my representation. And finally, the minimum variance. Well, nothing's ever a minimum variance, no matter how you look at it. But the minimum variance to me is how do I take this property and how do I intelligently recycle it or do an adaptive reuse of some kind, because it's not going to remain what it is. And I think this is the minimum variance. I'm not proposing expanding the building. I'm not proposing adding an addition. I'm not proposing expanding the parking. In fact, I'm proposing shrinking those components. So I think the minimum variance is to allow the use.
Now let's focus in on a couple of the issues in particular. What about the size of the existing building? Is that conducive to converting this into a residential use?
It's a 9,000 square foot building, and although we're starting to see larger and larger homes, that's really large, 9,000 square feet. I don't think it's conducive for conversion for a number of reasons. It's built with block walls everywhere. You don't move block walls easily. You can't punch windows in it easily because it's incredibly expensive to go through. It has steel bar joists supporting the second floor. It's only 80 feet from the actual physical courtway, and it's like 72 feet from the curb line. It's right up on the road. And by the way, I can only in the residential district build a single residence on this particular lot because the zoning is 60,000 square feet. And I don't have 120,000 square feet. I have less than that. So I am limited to one residential property on this particular parcel. I therefore can't afford to tear down this monstrous building on the front, which is built like a bunker. So I have to work within the building to convert this to a residence. It is not an easily convertible property. I think it would be absolutely prohibitive to convert it. So that's an interesting hardship argument in itself.
Now, the configuration of the existing building, in other words, the floor plan inside and the amenities inside, are they conducive to converting this to some kind of a residence?
I don't think they are. I think it's going to be incredibly difficult.
Now, do you have a summary conclusion?
Not much, really. I mean, just quickly, I'll touch on it and then I'll wrap. I think I've covered the topic, how I think it's been used. I won't go over that again. It's clearly not been used the way it could have been approved. It's very different. It's been there for almost 60 years. It's not a private club who's operated as a business. And I don't see any violation notices whatsoever anywhere from the township on anything that's occurred in this property, either inside the building or outside the building over the years. I see nothing at all that we could find. And these operations weren't hidden. They were overt. I would still offer my argument about the conversion under the section of an equally non-conforming use under the C1 based upon what I see in the use of the property. Under the variance path, I think we've outlined it. We have a water tank. We have a unique building in a unique location that's too big for a house, and I can only put on one house, and it's not convertible easily. So I think there's clearly a hardship there. I think what we've done to clean up the site and improve the site is huge, and I think, again, I go back to the comprehensive plan, which I'm staring at, and I look at how the township envisioned the use of this parcel, and it's certainly not for residential, it's for commercial use. That would pretty much, I believe, be my summary. I mean, a comprehensive plan recognizes an evolving world. That's why they encourage us to do them every 12 to 15 years. Usually we start with doing them every 20. I've worked on 3 of them. I've worked on 3 municipalities, 5 plans. And every time we look at them, something's evolved over 10 or 12 years. Newtown Street Road is evolving. What occurred across the street's an evolution, clearly. And I think, you take a snapshot of it stagnant, then zoning is not meant to be stagnant. And frankly, that's what a zoning hearing is all about.
Objection. He's crossed over and he's testifying as a land planner, not an engineer. I think it's outside the scope of his.
Well, it kind of is a land planner. He plans many projects through the course of the year. But anyway, we're finished at this festival.
Thank you. Thanks for the time, and thanks for sitting up there night after night. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Petrosi, you want to
Well,
continue?
may I cross-examine now, or?
Sure.
Yep. I think it makes more sense while it's
Yeah.
fresh. Yep. So what I'd like to do is just cover with you the current R1 residential district ordinance. Mr. Would you agree that this is in the R1 district, correct?
Absolutely.
And you noted that single-family detached dwellings are appropriate in that district, correct?
They're a use by right. That's correct.
And in close proximity And in fact, adjacent to this parcel, there are single-family residences, correct?
There is one immediately contiguous to our rear property line,
And,
correct?
and right across Aspen Road, which if you count the center line of Aspen Way as being the end of the edge of the parcels, right?
The yellow parcel I'm using this map to point to is indeed a residence across the rear of our parking lot, correct?
And then there's a little corner of one that actually touches a corner of ours too, right?
It doesn't actually touch ours. It's beyond ours by about 10 feet. And
10 feet, okay.
Right there, I think you're referring to.
Yeah.
Yeah, that actually does not, it's not contiguous.
So it's 10 feet away though, right?
It is 10 feet away. That little triangle is 10 feet away behind the, actually behind the water tank property, correct?
And add some nice photographs in here. You know, if you go north on Route 252, right, directly across from Aspen,
Okay.
that's a township open parcel, correct? That's open space?
I believe that, you'll have to help me on that. I believe there's two parcels in a row. I think the one immediately on Aspen was definitely open space. And I think the township acquired the former firehouse property also. I believe they're both owned by, at this time, township, yes.
Okay. And the
That's
house,
the second
so
one. there.
there's no structure on that blue block there, right? That's owned by the township.
There's none on the blue or the yellow. There was a house on the yellow on Sawmill was torn down when the fire company was considering building their building. I don't believe anything's been built since.
And you don't disagree that open space is appropriate for a residential neighborhood, correct?
I think it's appropriate everywhere.
And in fact, throughout Newtown Township, parks and open space exist in residential neighborhoods, correct?
They exist in more than just residential, but they certainly are appropriate in residential.
Would you say primarily in Newtown Township, they are residential?
I would defer to your zoning officer. I'm not certain I understand every open space piece in the township.
Well, how many open spaces, right, and parks are you aware of that are not in residential neighborhoods in Newtown Township?
I don't have that statistic.
Are you
Sure.
aware of the parks that are in residential neighborhoods in Newtown Township?
Well, the two you're referring to immediately to our north are definitely correct.
Yeah,
Correct.
I'm going to object. I don't really think this is relevant to the application.
Well, I disagree entirely. They're trying to say that the character of the neighborhood is, or the property surrounding it are no longer consistent with residential uses. And I believe that if I'm permitted to finish my questioning, we will establish that it's entirely consistent.
Well, I don't know that he argued that the neighborhood was not conducive. I think he said this property is not conducive and this converting this building is not conducive.
So when we testified about the water tower next door,
Right.
the church, the daycare, that was not relevant, correct?
No, it goes to whether or not you can really adaptively reuse this property for a residential property. In addition to all the construction issues you have, you wind up with a house next to a huge water tank.
We're going to let Mr. Sikora finish his line of questioning.
Would you agree, sir, that directly behind the water tower is a residential property?
Correct.
Directly adjacent to the water tower property, there's a house, right?
They're significantly behind it, but it's there. Yes, correct. Correct.
And
there's a cemetery and there's a residence behind the cemetery.
those two properties we said are owned by the municipality. Do you agree that municipal uses are permitted uses in the residential district?
But they're not a use that we can make of a property.
Just asking.
A municipal use, I believe, is a permitted use in the residential district.
And you mentioned that the church is a non-residential use, correct? That's south of this property?
Well, it's definitely a non-residential use, the church, yes.
However, churches and religious uses are permitted uses in the residential district, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you mentioned the cemetery is in immediate proximity to this area,
It is, yes.
and that is religious use?
It's owned by Newtown First
Friends?
Baptist Church. Yeah, it's the Baptist church.
Okay.
I mean, honoring our dead, I think is a religious type.
I'm not arguing.
Okay. And then, of course, immediately north of the township properties, we have residential houses again, right?
There are some older residential homes, yes, correct.
And those homes are directly on Route 252, correct?
They were built a long time ago on Route 252, correct?
They're being, as far as you're aware, they're being used as residences, correct?
Because they are already there as residences. They were built at the time when 252 was a very different road.
But nobody had to buy those houses just because they were already there, correct?
But they didn't have to convert them from something else to make them that house.
Did they have to be renovated?
I don't know. I mean,
Did they have to have new kitchens installed? Let me ask you this. Do you have any idea how much work anybody put into any of those houses along 252?
I'm not party to that information.
And have you compared any of that? Now, if we go south of the church, south of Goshen Road, there's a number of houses, residences along the same side of Route 252, correct?
Yeah, I do not have, unfortunately, the entire rest of the map. I know I did the Sweeney Funeral Home in that next stretch, 15 years ago, in front of this board. And then the first, I think, commercial was TD Bank, I believe, would be the first in the commercial district when I go southbound.
But then between south of that church and before you get to the bank, there's a series of residences.
I only went a fifth of a mile south. I didn't go beyond a fifth of a mile. I was going for contiguous character properties.
I understand. Well, what I'm asking you is, have you compared the depth of the front yards along 252 of any of those houses that are north of this property that we're talking about today, or the depth of the front yards of any of the properties along 252 south of this to the current front yard of the property we're talking?
My response would be, it's an apples and bananas comparison. These houses were built a long, long time ago. Would they be built today? I'm not sure they necessarily would. I think there'd be an issue there. Am I going to build another one today, the first brand new house on that stretch? I don't think that makes any kind of sense.
Is that an engineering requirement or your personal preference?
Well, that's my opinion as a professional.
As a professional what?
An architect.
So we're gonna open it up to the board for questions to Mr. Lamb, and then we can.
I'm gonna have more cross.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
I'll be here all night.
I want to pause because I know we're getting, the board has some questions, follow-on questions to the ones you were asking about the character of the neighborhood specifically. So let's open it up to the board. So,
I don't have any specific.
okay.
Yeah.
I have something. So, you talked about the renovations to the property and expanding brush line, around Aspen and the backside of the property. I've driven by it. I kind of understand what it looks like today. Can you describe what that'll look like tomorrow and, what in terms of height and depth and how that will impact the neighborhood in terms of, noise or being able to, even visibility in the property?
An excellent question. When I go back to, I believe it was the earlier exhibit, looking for the colored aerial. Give me 1 second, please. Here. Well, this will help us describe it. Right now, I have a decent summertime buffer, but it's fairly narrow. And I'm expanding that by at least double its width. I'm adding a privacy fence and I'm adding some evergreen type trees. So to me, what I'm doing is I'm changing what right now I understand in the winter is not very much of a buffer at all. And trying to recognize that concern by changing this buffer with a modern day buffer in a 50-foot zone. So we will now have something that blocks headlights, which doesn't currently in the parking lot. We have a parking lot that's reduced, so it's farther away from the line. And we're going to have a mature buffer that is winter, summer, instead of just seasonal.
And will the fencing be on the, I guess, visible from Aspen or visible from the parking lot side, or both?
There's two fields of thought there. I mean, we've done it a number of ways. In 50 feet, you have an option of putting the fence in the middle and planting on both sides. I'd rather put something where I see some vegetation on the Aspen side and see some vegetation in the parking lot. So I would put the fence more in the middle of the two. And 50 feet gives me a lot of real estate.
If we can go back, and I know, Mr. Petrosi, you were going to talk the legal aspect of this, but I think it's relevant here because the township's position seems to be in opposition of a variance. Is the township taking a position on the existing non-conforming use?
Correct. Township's position is that by a preponderance of the evidence, in 1956, the code was changed to create the standards for a special exception for nonprofit uses in residential neighborhoods. 1958, there was an application by the Knights of Columbus Mater D Associates to operate this facility as a private club. I agree 100% that the building was rebuilt after that, but it was applied for to be operated as a private club. It then immediately thereafter of said application became operated as a private club. The Knights of Columbus maintained its presence there, although the building had to be rebuilt due to a fire, all the way up until, I don't know exactly when they stopped. I wasn't clear on that. That was one of my questions, when it stopped, when they moved out, if they have moved out. And that there's a card in the township files where zoning decisions are located and where zoning opinions and zoning matters are kept that says it was a permit was granted for use as this banquet facility. And we have we'll give you that later, but we have those documents. So to the township's position is by a preponderance. I don't have to prove, beyond a reasonable doubt, like a criminal trial. The evidence establishes by a preponderance that this was a conforming use as of 1958. Whether they, from time to time, exceeded what they were allowed to do doesn't change the fact that it was a conforming use from the time it was established. To be non-conforming, it would have to be operating as a banquet facility before the residential zoning laws were passed, and it's grandfathered in, so to speak. That's what that means.
And that differs 180 from Mr. Lynn's position.
That's right. And then what Mr. Lynn went on to say then, that I disagree with as well, because he thinks it became more commercial, in his personal opinion as an architect. He thinks it became more commercial than it did as a private club. That doesn't suddenly retroactively convert it to a non-conforming use. It just means, hey, perhaps the folks who are making changes to the property to continue to use it as that banquet facility might have other rights, variance by estoppel rights. But nobody's trying to use this as a banquet facility and saying, hey, we put in a commercial kitchen because you allowed us to do that. That's not what this case is. So variance by estoppel goes away. And then as to the variance factors, we could test some of the variance factors, but that's that's the normal stuff. What was unique about this is that special exception, and that's why I focused on it.
Okay, thank you.
And there's neighbors here that will talk about their factors as to the variance as well.
No, I guess it's a reiteration. Mr. Lynn, you honestly believe that the evolution of this use of the property grants it rights to at least continue to special exception rights and precedents because of the evolution and because they weren't challenged or on how they were operating, that grants them legal precedence in this as a special exception?
I think somebody does something for 5 decades. There's an interesting concept there, but it also establishes what this business was and comparing it to what else it could be going forward. This was not a quiet, sleepy, private, not-for-profit club. This was a commercial enterprise here. So I'm trying to compare the character, what occurred there, to what's going on in the future. By the way, I just counted the ceiling house. This room's 35 feet. So in response to your buffer question, the 50-foot buffer is 15 foot longer than this room is in width. So it gives you a flavor of what I can do in 50 feet for a buffer.
The majority of the Knights of Columbus in Delaware County operate as rental halls, also part of their clubs, correct?
I believe so, yes.
That's kind of standard. Some of them have bars that stay open after hours also, correct?
That's my understanding as well. Yes.
That's all part of their charter of being the Knights of Columbus, correct?
I believe that's correct, yes.
So if I'm an owner of this property and not part of Knights of Columbus, will I fall under this special exception? Will the township allow me to do all that stuff if I was not the Knights of Columbus? Yes or no? In your opinion?
I think the way it was operated was not consistent with the township's permission and ordinance.
But as a private club, and a Knights of Columbus that everybody knows in Delaware County,
Right.
it was run exactly as everyone assumed it was run.
That could well be true. I'm just
Okay.
not sure it's consistent with Newtown's ordinance on what's permitted.
The future township map you keep bringing up, is that law? Is that what the township thinks that property is today?
A comprehensive plan, and I'm going to testify as a planner for a second with permission. A comprehensive plan is a springboard towards zoning. It's a tool that allows you to evaluate where you are and where you want to go. If it's not officially adopted as a change on a zoning map, it doesn't become part of zoning.
Okay.
It's simply a guidance and a tool of what the township sees their future.
That could be a future planning, but right now it's still R1.
Correct,
Okay.
absolutely. Yeah, no question.
And future planning could be subject to change as well.
Certainly could. I just know the township spent 3 years on that comprehensive plan, so.
All right. Do you want to finish your cross-examination?
I do. I don't have.
I had some responses, but I'll hold them to the end. But
Yeah,
I disagree
okay.
with some of what Rich said.
We'll kind of let him finish, and then you'll have uninterrupted time there too, Mr. Chairman.
So just from the land planning perspective, I mean, you would agree that one dot of residential on a map would be spot zoning, right? Of non-residential, one dot of commercial surrounded by residential uses would be spot zoning, right?
Objection, it's not surrounded by residential uses. It's surrounded by institutional and residential.
You're referring to the land use map? Okay. I don't necessarily agree with that, no. I mean, you know, it's more like there's one spot of residential zoning surrounded by a lot of other proposed uses.
Interesting. Okay, so let's go back.
Oh, you don't, I was going to the land use map?
I'm sorry?
I was going to go to the land use map, no?
Okay, good.
Oh. I'll go anywhere you want. I've got the
Yeah,
maps.
You have the far out view of the land use map?
I only have this view. I focused on my fifth of a mile. Get a copy.
Oh, it's T6.
You can see why I blew it up.
This is the future land. Existing land. use map. Comprehensive plan.
That's what it's titled.
Right? Okay. And the yellow, that's residential, right?
Correct.
And what do you think we're at? 20,000 foot view here? How high do you think this view is? Newtown Township.
I don't know.
For scale, do you know? I mean, we're an airplane, or is this a drone shot? Is this a space shuttle shot? What do you think?
You've got a scale on the bottom of it, Rich. I mean, you've got a scale of miles. So this is 0 to 1 mile. It's approximately 2 inches, I'd say, or 3 inches. See it down at the bottom there? That's your scale.
So this is probably from a helicopter, right?
Could be.
Okay, so when I look down from the helicopter and I see that little tiny red dot under the blue township owned property, you're saying that that little red dot is a commercial use surrounded by other commercial type uses, not a sea of yellow all around.
I'm looking at a consistent 1/5 of a mile stretch of non-residential on a major 4-lane road.
Okay, and what are the non-residential uses?
Daycare, church, cemetery, water tank, and our property.
And township properties, you're saying that's not right?
And the
Right.
township above aspect.
But they're all, except for a daycare, right? They're all consistent with permitted uses in the residential neighborhood, right?
Yeah, there's 2 properties clearly shown, including ours, that say commercial.
What I'm saying is, the zoning ordinance, right, is how the legislator of the township has characterized that area, correct?
The zoning ordinance gives you a series of options, whether you use by right, use by condition, use by special exception, based upon how that particular piece of land is categorized, correct?
Right. And so the legislature has said, this is the legislator of this township, right? The Board of supervisors and said, this is a residential area, right?
Which area are we referring to now?
This zoning district where this property is.
This zoning district where this red property is currently a residential property, as are all these on the front. Correct.
And what I'm saying
Correct.
is, and that same legislator that determined this is a residential area has also determined what is appropriately considered proper uses in residential districts, correct?
Can you reframe the question?
Sure. What I'm saying is that the same board that determined that this area of the zoning map that the Mater D Association building is in, same board that determined that that's a residential district, is also the same board that determined what is appropriate and consistent with residential use, correct?
When the last zoning legislation, whatever the map amendment was adopted, they made determinations of property, certainly.
Okay, and that includes municipal uses, religious uses,
Sure.
right?
Sure.
Okay, so when you say there's nothing residential around it, okay, well, it's not being used as a private residence, but they are uses that are consistent with the residential zoning of the township, correct? With the exception of a daycare.
And the water tank, which got a variance.
That was a variance or special?
It's variance.
I
You gave it to
believe in 1957, it received the variance, I think,
1957 or 1959?
1957, October 17th. At least that's what you gave me. Okay. I believe it was I had to read through it, but that's the date of the legal notice at least. Maybe it was continued beyond that, not sure. That was the original request.
You have that?
Actually, you know, this notice says special exception, but I guess in the application, they may have asked for all.
Would we agree that it's a utility?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And even on the land use map, it doesn't say,
No, it says utility.
it says utility, right? Okay. And on the land use map, it has industrial district, correct?
I think it's.
Institutional, I'm sorry.
Institutional,
I
yeah, institutional,
apologize. So now institutional is redefined here as government, religious, and school, right?
Okay.
But there's no institutional zoning district in our township, correct?
Right.
And certainly what you're trying to do is not institutional, correct?
No.
Okay.
No.
Now, hours of operation, do you know what the hours of operation of the Mater D Association or the Knights of Columbus? You know, in fact, how many hours they actually operated per week and when they operated?
I only have the times that their functions occurred in the evening when they terminated. That's all I have.
Okay, and you got that from somebody there?
I got that from 3 of the members of their board, yeah.
Okay, and you said at the time, how often was it operating when they terminated?
I don't know that. I don't have what occurred in the recent years. I only have is they ended affairs at 10 or 11 at night and then midnight for dances, et cetera.
But I mean, do you know how often they were actually
I
operating?
do not have that.
So it could have been once a month for a function?
You're asking me to respond to something I don't have knowledge of.
Do you have knowledge of what the intended use of this property, what the hours of operation and days of operation would be?
I do, and the equitable owner of the property was going to testify to that. I'd rather leave that for him.
What's your understanding?
Well, they're not there Sunday. They're there. No, I'm not gonna give you bad testimony.
Okay. Do you have an understanding? Well,
I do have an understanding.
okay, and you have an understanding because you said that you talked about the intensity of use,
They're
right?
not-
And that
they're
this
not-
is actually less intensive of use, right?
It is less intensive. The hours of operation didn't go past 8 or 9 o'clock at night. I don't want to give you a bad number, Rich.
Okay.
But you will get that testimony in a
Okay,
minute.
but so when you're giving your opinion, you're not relying on the fact that the days of operation will be 6 days a week, correct?
The days of operation will be 6 days a week.
Okay.
That's the proposal.
When you are saying that this is less intense of a use, are you incorporating the fact that the old place, we don't really know how often it had a function, probably on evenings, once in a while, versus 6 days a week of operation? Are you considering that in your opinion?
It was more than evenings once in a while.
Okay.
And then it was lunches, it was Thursdays, it was Fridays, it was Saturdays, it was Sundays. I mean, with that, I know for a fact.
Okay.
I can't tell you whether it's 2.7 events per week. I don't have it.
Right. Well, we just don't know, right? We don't have that testimony here, right?
But I can tell you that it could easily become that again. If somebody wants to take it over as a private club, it could be more than it was. We don't know where it's going.
But it is possible for a private club to take it over again, right?
I believe the special exception would flow with the land, but you can correct me if I'm wrong.
Special exception would permit it, right?
Flow with the land.
But I want to ask about, so you did or did not consider the current proposed hours of operation versus the old one? When you said it's a less intense use.
I did consider.
Okay.
And I did consider it over the entire 50 or 60-year history of the property.
Okay. And what knowledge do you have of that 50 to 60-year history?
What was represented to me, and I didn't go to the events, nor did you, was that it was packed every day of the week during the heyday of the operation, and it slowly waned. And I can't tell you what that waning was.
And do you know the years when it waned?
No, I do not.
Okay. And during those packed times, do you have anybody here to explain how many people were there?
Well, it holds 230 people, which all came in or exited at one time, usually on the end of the fair.
Okay. Do we know that they were all 230 people affairs?
No, we do not know. The capacity of the hall was 230 people.
I mean, right. So it's fair to say that we know that they had functions, but we really don't know how many they had and how often they had them and how loud it was. We just don't have that information with us here, do we?
We do not have that specific information.
Now, do we have, you said another point, you said that when you have a function, usually everybody shows up at one time and everybody leaves at the same time, right?
Some functions, yeah.
Okay, well, but I mean, that was your testimony.
Banquet might be like that.
Frequently, that's the way it works.
Banquets I go to, at least.
Yeah, right. Okay, so that's not the way the hair salon is going to operate. Right?
No, it's a nice even spread across the entire day.
Nice even spread.
Nice even spread.
No, but another way of putting it is people are going to be coming and going all day long, right?
Most businesses, that's the way it works, yeah, sure.
Okay, and that includes if it has evening hours, all evening long, right?
And I think if you hold on and listen to the specific testimony of the operator who has been operating in this township with history for a long time, I think you'll get better testimony than asking me to speculate. They'll give you specifics on size, employees, hours of operation. I think that's what you're looking for.
So those specifics are important, right?
Mr. Webb? Yes, they were important.
Okay, and we don't have those specifics for the past to compare it to.
So I'm going to let Mr. Petrosa respond at this point before Mr. Sikora continues.
Well, I was just going to object and sort of ask and answer. We're going over the same material, it seems to be. But the one issue that I did want to respond to that was said earlier was the 1956 ordinance. If you look at the 1956 ordinance, what it did was establish standards and criteria for special exceptions. That's all it did. It didn't even create this as a permitted use. It established standards and criteria. So, we're speculating. We don't have a decision. We don't know what it said. If you ask me to take a guess, I'm guessing they probably did get a special exception, but I don't know. I don't know that for a fact. And we can talk about this at the end, but we pled alternative theories, which is not uncommon in zoning. That people do it all the time. I particularly like the. I think, in my, I don't know, I'm going to wait till Mr. Sikora is handing up whatever he's doing while I'm talking.
First one was
T6.
T6. Go ahead, Tom. I'm not interrupting. I was going to talk about it after you're done.
Yeah, yes, I will. What was the first set?
Just T6.
Is this map?
Oh, okay, yeah.
And this is T9.
No problem.
I do. Yep.
It's T9.
That's the. Yeah.
T9. Yep.
Okay.
mark them, and now they're going to come up.
To continue with
You know,
alternative.
I don't
zoning
want to
theory.
jump, I don't want to jump too far ahead, but we pled alternative theories. I think that's where I was. And if you're asking, if anybody's asking or interested in what I think is how I would rank those theories and what I think is the best theory for relief that we have, I personally think it's the variance theory. And I think it is for the difficulty, the infeasibility of converting this existing building into a residential structure. It would literally be cost prohibitive, and there's substantial case law that indicates that an applicant does not have to modify or tear down an existing structure, regardless of what the cost to do so would be. And it is the standard in variances is that it is not possible to get reasonable use out of the property. And there are myriads of cases on what reasonable use is. This is a fortress. This is a bunker. The cost, it's not set up like a house. That, in my opinion, is the strongest theory.
I don't disagree. Of all the theories that they have, I don't disagree. I think that's what the meat of this is really about. I think whether it's a hardship to be used as what it's currently zoned for and how it's going to impact the neighbors and the consistency with the use of the neighbor. That's really the heat of it. But they pled alternate theories. I got to address both theories, right?
And it's not just the house and the difficulty of adapting that. We've got a 60,000 square foot parking lot. How do you convert that into residential use? I mean, it just.
It's the back of a CVS. I have it on the screen, you know.
Does the township have a sort of an optimal use for this space?
If the township's position is residentially zoned.
Yep.
There's,
Why are we introducing township exhibits when we haven't finished the applicant's case?
This is cross-examination, so I'm still cross-examining. You kind of interrupted my cross-examination.
I was asked to respond.
No, I'm not saying you were rude about it. I'm just saying.
Okay.
So, yeah, we are still in cross-examination. I just kind of wanted to pause while the issues were still fresh. So Mr. Petrosi could respond, just trying to have a healthy back and forth is all we're trying to do. So Mr. Sikora, why don't you kind of walk us through the exhibits that were passed out and continue with your cross-examination.
So T3, sorry, I just passed over a copy. That's the current special exception. Correct, sir.
You're asking Don or asking me?
You, sir.
Oh, 172-13 would appear, I'm doing this in a vacuum without the whole ordinance, to be the special exception section, yes.
Okay. And it talks about this on, let's see, page 5 out of 9. It talks about the standards for special exceptions, right?
Yes.
And it talks about for nonprofit clubs or lodges.
There's a section, correct.
Right. And when we go back to T9, it also has a similar nonprofit club or lodge in residential districts shall be vented only under the following limitations, right?
And I think that's when this was created. Ordinance 4 of 1956 was
Right.
when this language was created.
Right.
Right.
And so what I'm saying is that the language is consistent, right? Today with what the limitations were back when the lodge first came into existence.
Well, I don't have the advantage of comparing all 13 side by side right now, but there appear to be a lot of similarities. For example, lighting, amplification, landscaping, yes.
Right. And you certainly don't have any evidence that a special exception was not granted, correct?
I have no evidence on anything from 1959.
Well,
There was an application probably made.
well, Oh, we have a copy of the application. You've seen
That's
the
all I have, that's all I have.
application.
That's all any of us
I mean,
have.
I can pass that up now too, but we've seen that, right? The application.
I don't disagree. There was an application.
And you.
It's where the record ends.
You've seen the card that says Mater D Home Association 1956, location 327 North Newtown Street Road, request private club, result granted with restrictions 5/15/58, right?
No, do you have that card?
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
I've seen it. Okay. All right.
You can put the, if you want to put the card in evidence.
Okay, yeah. Well, what I'll do is, if you don't, I mean, I was gonna wait to put my evidence in at the end. I was just, these were just for him to look at for a process. 7. I'll leave this came right out of the township files.
It came out of a 3x5 right, container, whatever you call
In
it.
the township office, right?
Yeah, I got it from Suzanne.
Who's the one you usually get zoning information from?
Does it say what the restrictions were? Was it anything specific or just, that's it?
Restrictions.
Okay.
It's, you know, as you said, it says granted. It doesn't say what was granted, it says granted. And if you, I understand you're putting it together with the.
With the application, right?
I
And then
I understand that.
And that's T10. And so T10 is the actual application, right, for special exception?
Well, except it actually has something from 1962 and the application for the special exception was in 1958.
Correct. So 1962 was the Mater, that's a handwritten note, correct?
Correct.
So so what we have here is the entire file that was on the microfilm. So 1958-6 was the zoning application. In that zoning application file was a handwritten note from 1962.
Which is the demolition after the fire.
Right,
That's what
correct,
I'm looking
correct.
at. Demolition after it burnt down.
Right. So it basically said in handwriting, they were a little more informal back then. I'll represent, it says you can rebuild the club if you have a plan for parking, right?
Yeah, I think it said adequate parking. Yeah, paper plot plan showing street parking, right, and construction plans.
Yep. So that was the rebuild. And then if you go after that, that's the actual application from 1958, right?
Right.
And that's specifically under Newtown Township zoning ordinance 1938 as amended, Article 3, Section 301, paragraphs 3 and 6, I believe. Premises may be used for philanthropic and non-profit purposes when authorized as a special exception. Mater D Association is not in any way engaged in business for profit.
I think they had the wrong section cited in the application.
They probably did.
But
Zoning lawyers haven't changed in.
it does seem to be some evidence that it was an application for a special exception and some evidence that something was granted in a very well.
Right. So I'm not going to ask any more questions about that. I'm not going to ask any more questions about operation. Let me see if there's any, I don't think there's anything else I really specifically want to cover. So have you sat down with a computer, pen and paper, calculator, and determined how much it would cost to convert this structure to a residence?
No, I'm not.
Have you sat down, made similar calculations as to how much it's going to cost to convert the structure to the use that's requested?
I'm not.
So, Mr. Lynn, you can
Yes.
take a seat. We're gonna let Mr. Patrizio, what I want you to do is bring up your next witness. The party protestants are gonna have the opportunity to cross-examine all your witnesses when you're not off the desk.
I'm not going anywhere.
But for the sake of moving the case along, we can.
I'm going to relinquish my seat. I'll be easy to find in the back. Thank you.
Nicholas Skamuffa.
No, sir, I recall you already being sworn in.
Yeah,
Okay. Let me just reintroduce yourself and who you are as related.
Nicholas Skamuffa. I'm the owner of Nicholas Sebastian LLC.
Thank you.
And what is your business? He's been sworn?
Yes.
What is your business address?
Currently,
Yes.
it's 3618 Chapel Road, Newtown Square.
And the name of your business at 3618 Chapel Road?
Nicholas Sebastian Salon Spa.
Okay, and you're the principal of the business?
Yes.
Are you looking to move your business from 3618 Chapel Road to the property at 327 North Newtown Street Road, which is commonly known as the Knights of Columbus property?
Yes.
And how long has Nicholas Sebastian operated at 3618 Church Road?
Chapel Road.
I'm sorry, Chapel Road. Yeah.
We purchased that business in 2010,
Okay, so 11 years.
11 years, and then 6 years prior on Westchester Pike.
And does your wife Helene work in the business with you?
Yes.
Would you characterize your business as a beauty salon spa?
Yes.
And what kinds of services do you offer?
We do family hair care and skin services, waxing, facials, massage.
Okay. And how many employees do you have on the greatest shift? And by that, I mean, what's the maximum number of employees you have right now at your current location on the, at one time?
20.
And that includes the cashiers, the
Mhm.
operators and
Yeah.
everybody? Okay. What are your anticipated days and hours of operation if your application for the Knights of Columbus property is approved?
Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. and Saturday, 8 to 4.
And you're closed Sunday?
Yes.
What attracted you to the property at 327 North Newtown Street Road?
The off-street parking. Right now, I currently have to rent 2 separate lots for employees and customers where I am now. It's just, I mean, we're all familiar with Newtown Square. Parking is just an issue.
And how long were you looking for a location to move your business?
Over 10 years.
And you had some difficulty finding an appropriate
Yeah.
site? Okay. Are many of your customers residents of Newtown Township?
Yeah, we're close to 40% resident, Newtown Square resident.
Do you try to maintain an attractive building and grounds at your current location?
We do. I pay for all that. Even I'm a tenant now. I rent, but I pay for all the everything that goes on out front of my salon because I want it to look nice for our guests.
And do you intend to do the same in terms of maintenance and landscaping and so forth at the subject property?
Of course.
And is Nicholas Sebastian LLC is the purchaser, the contract purchaser of the subject property under agreement of sale, right?
Yes.
And is your obligation to purchase the property contingent on zoning approval?
No,
Why not?
they wouldn't accept it. And
They being the seller?
yeah, the Knights wouldn't accept it. And, I've been looking for so long. I just had to go by what they wanted to be able to get a property.
And do you believe that the relief requested, if authorized, will alter the essential character of the neighborhood or district in which the property is located, or substantially or permanently impair the appropriate use or development of adjacent property? In other words, will it have a negative effect
No.
on the surrounding property?
No.
Do you believe the relief requested, if authorized, will be detrimental in any way to the neighborhood?
No.
Does your business make a lot of noise? Okay. It's a pretty serene business.
It's a serene business.
Have you tried to work with the neighbors?
Yes.
And did you authorize Mr. Lynn to provide larger buffers and reduce the number of parking spaces and impervious surface in response to comments from the neighbors?
Yes.
Despite the fact that the parking was one of the issues that attracted you, you realize you're going from 158 spaces down to 74 spaces.
Yeah.
And again, I know you're not a lawyer, you're not a land planner, but at the time that you entered into the agreement, were you aware that the comprehensive plan future.
Yeah, that was one of the
land
reasons
use
why
plan.
we made the offer.
Well, let me finish the question, because
Oh,
if somebody's
I'm
reading the
sorry.
transcript, they're not going to know what you're
I'm
saying.
sorry.
Were you aware that the township's comprehensive plan adopted in 2016 on its future land use map showed this property as commercial?
Yes, it wasn't the only reason why we purchased it, but it was a factor.
It gave you a little bit of a comfort level in
Yeah.
entering into the agreement without
Yes.
the contingencies? Okay.
Mhm.
Is there anything you would like to add?
No, if anybody has questions, that's about it.
Okay, that's all I have.
Yeah, so you have an agreement of sale. What's your settlement date? Because that wasn't listed.
The settlement date is as long as we're waiting for some documents, it should be Monday.
Okay.
Mm.
You have 20 employees now at the current location. How many are expected at the new bigger location?
No, we have 45 employees now, but they shift. So he said the question was max. How many people are max working in the
How many
building
at the
same
new
time?
larger location?
Probably 28-ish. We're in the 28 realm.
How many customers do you expect
Per
at
day.
one given time?
Any one given time. I mean, you could be 30 or so.
You stated a concession was reducing the number of spaces from 100, whatever you're now, to 74.
Yeah.
You'll never need more than.
Yeah,
54.
it's just for this lot particularly, there's no overflow. You know, it's not like you're like right now, we could go and rent lots and make, you know, for the overflow issue. Here, it's like, I just never want, you know, this is a life savings event, you know, so I don't want to run out of space. I don't want to get to the point where I'm encroaching on a neighborhood or, you know, because that just causes and I've said it to the neighbors, I want to be a good neighbor. I don't want to ever be the one causing the problem. You know, I just don't want to, I'm trying to have the foresight of, you know, what's going to happen 30 years from now or 20, I don't know, but I'd rather not have to butt up against that. Rather have a buffer.
Just a question, Mr. Petroza asked you about, you know, what have you done with the neighbors and the community? You know, can you talk about that, like your efforts to engage with the community and talk about your plans?
What we did for this particular matter?
Yeah.
Okay. We met with them here after the zoning board and we talked to them, and then we set up another meeting behind the Knights of Columbus after that. And then they've had Don and the neighbors have had plenty of back and forth, some phone calls, if I'm not mistaken. So, and then he would just run everything by me. Hey, we got to change this, or hey, what do you think? I think we should do this because, you know, this is what we're hearing. And we are just trying to work with them. We never really, I don't think we didn't do anything or didn't address anything that they brought up.
And there's no entry or exit on Aspen, correct? Everything's going to go back out onto 2.
Mm-hmm.
The 2016 map we keep referring gave you comfort, but you were aware that it was not a final.
Yes, I'm aware that it's a proposed future use, but it's also published on the website of your township. So I felt like, all right, I mean, it had to make somebody somewhere thought this was a good idea.
How does your current location compare to this proposed new location? In terms
Right.
of size?
It's right now we're 3,000 upstairs and then we have a 3,000 basement. 3,000, you know, it's 3 storefronts and then, you know, an underneath part. The water is below, we can't do anything with water in the basement because the pipes are above grade. So it'll open up, you know, so our hands are tied in some aspects. The ceilings are low in the current building. The ventilation is awful. You know, the landlord doesn't take care of the windows, and you know that we've had broken windows that don't open or leaky air conditioners since I've been in there. So
But
this
for
one
the-
I could improve
For your
it.
business operation for the spa and hair salon.
Well, this one will be larger, so we could have the space for more comfort and, you know, just a better experience for our customers.
And what's the comparison?
Well, we're essentially 6,000 and now we're going to 8,900.
All right. Are there any new additional services you intend to provide?
No, we're just expanding on our current services.
Andy, can you talk to it looks like the proposed plan does have some additional structures like the pergola, the crosswalk, all that. How does that play in if it does at all?
I think it speaks to non-conforming
Right.
status. I think that has to be determined first.
I think that we're kind of in agreement that it's, I mean, I don't want to say we're in agreement. I'm inclined to state that it is not a non-conforming use and that they are seeking a variance. And that's sort of the issue that I'm considering. So then at that point, I guess I'm answering my own question, because if we are talking about a structural change, that's a moot point because we're in a different category. We're in the variance portion of that, right?
And I don't believe, I've not evaluated the new structures against our zoning code, but it doesn't appear that they would encroach the higher setback. But I don't know that for a fact.
Well, maybe that point, Mike, are we still exploring the special exception? I heard, I think Mr. Lynn and you both say, oh, we're just going to go for the variance. Is special exception still?
I don't know if Mr. Lynn said that, but I said, I believe that was our strongest.
He did, okay. Okay. We rule on them separately?
Oh, no.
Okay.
Yep.
Good thing Sam's here.
Yeah. So why this property and not something else that you knew was commercial?
If you know of one, you please let me know. There really is nothing in Newtown Square that could, number one, wouldn't be major land development. So there's empty lots that we could do, but that's cost prohibitive to me.
Or Edgemont, like Marville development, anything like, did you look down there?
I talked to Paul DeBaton and he laughed pretty much at me and said, "Oh, hell, buddy, we don't sell real estate." That was his answer. I called him because I was trying to get the lot next to Mastardi's. I bid on the lot that now is the Porsche dealership.
Okay.
Little did I know I got severely outbid by, mainline Porsche of the main line, but I've been trying for 10 years. It's not like, oh, hey, I just, figured this out. And there was a few little places that came up and down Westchester Pike, but they would have been 2,000 square feet. And, I couldn't go from 6,000 and 2,000 square feet.
Did you want to?
Just a few. I don't have a ton. Sir, so I just want to go to that last point that we were talking about. So you have a desire to own the property, correct?
Of course.
So when you're saying you couldn't find another place, you couldn't find another place to own. Right? So you could rent.
Oh yeah, I could stay where I'm at. But
I mean, you could rent other places in town that might be larger or more accommodating for parking.
Yeah. Oh, I could absolutely be a tenant.
It's just your preference is to own it.
Yeah. Yes.
Is there going to be any food or wine associated with this? Okay. And you would commit if, I don't know what they're going to do, but would you agree to that as a condition that there could be no food or wine?
What type of food are you talking about? There's not really, it's not sanitary. It's against state board to have food in a hair salon.
I don't know these things.
Yeah.
Figure.
Yeah, sure.
Think a little wine, a little cheese, right? Catch a little rays.
How about a Christmas?
Yeah, you can't have a cocktail party
Well, this is what I'm asking.
Yeah, I mean, if we were to have some type of cocktail party or something like that, a grand opening party, I'm sure there would be alcohol at that time, but on a regular day-to-day basis.
Part of your business. Yeah.
No.
There's it's a beautiful structure, but the what do you call that thing out back? A trellis?
Yeah, just trellis. Yeah.
Is there supposed to be any type of outdoor activity associated with that?
No, the spot that in the preliminary designs, again, these are just, we stop the interior design until we know what's going on here, but the spa would be on that side. And if somebody were to want to sit out and have a cup of tea or whatever while they were waiting for services, it's designed to have, a barrier and everything. So you're blocked in. You wouldn't be able to see that from anywhere.
So that's like a rest area, no services would be.
No, nothing would happen out there. It would just be a waiting area or rest area.
How about music outside or
No, never.
would you be able to hear anything from the outside?
No, no.
You said 28 employees at any given time?
But for that's what I assume right now, yeah.
That's what you estimate right
Estimate,
now.
yeah.
Would you agree to any type of cap on employees at any given time?
I mean, I wouldn't, no.
You said you estimate customers at 30 at any given time?
Yeah.
And would you agree to any type of cap? And
What would be the
How many-
reason for a cap?
just asking,
Okay.
how many, well, ask these things.
Okay, it's my first time.
So if we had 30 customers at any given time, how many would that equal between 9 and 9?
Well, I'm saying the question was max. So we don't open the door and it's max capacity. You know, it ebb and flows. So just for an example, today we had 99 people on the books for over a 13-hour day. So it's pretty easy to average.
And that was with 6,000 square feet, right?
Yeah.
So we're trying to go up more than 50% of that. Right?
Well, we're not going up in terms of volume. I'm going up in, lack of a better word, luxury, because we can spread out. Like right now, we had to retrofit 2 businesses into 1 location. So we're jammed in. We're as small as the state will allow us, which for me is a little too tight.
I don't have any further questions.
Entry and egress from 252. Is there a left turn? I don't even know. Is there a left turn lane if you're going south on 252? There is. Okay. And then as it is now, if you're looking at the building from Newtown Street Road, there's only sort of one entry and exit way to the right where that current overhang is.
Wait, right, if you're looking, okay, yeah.
Yeah, is that going to be a problem? Like if you have customers leaving and coming in at the same time?
I mean, is it going to be a problem?
That's a question, I guess, for Andy and Steve more than anything
Yeah.
else.
Well, I do know PennDOT has a requirement that if there's change in use to a property, that it requires an entrance onto the existing entrance onto a state road, that they do an evaluation for that purpose. So I don't know that.
Yeah, we didn't get there yet. We didn't do any of that yet.
And just before I forget, I think you said this, but the plan that's attached dated July. The last revised date, July 15/21, that's the revised application, right?
Yeah, does that say existing conditions or proposed?
Exterior improvements, I think it's.
That's existing.
That's existing
I'm
conditions.
sorry.
Yeah.
I thought it was the same date, wasn't it? This one here, yeah. It's still July 15/21.
Yes.
That's the revised. I mean, I know you talked about this, but
That's it.
this is what you're requesting. It's not the one that's attached to the. application.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
The original plan had 90 parking spaces, we're down to 74, and we increased the buffers from what the testimony was to 50 on the rear and the aspect.
And that's all reflected on 7/15/21 revised date.
Yes.
Which is exhibit 13.
13.
Okay.
A13.
All right. I thought you said that. I just wasn't clear.
Any other questions for? Yeah.
Well, yeah, for community wise. So like we have plans for community outreach stuff. We'll have space for that. We can do yoga. We can have, health seminars or bring the neighborhood. We do it on a small scale now, but we just don't have the room to do some of the stuff we'd like to do. They'd be probably more special events rather than classes on certain days. No, I mean, they're not what we're doing. We're a day spa. We don't have. Yeah, like if you go to Sedona, they have, out in Arizona, they do, you go away and you spend, it's a hotel and that's just not our business model.
Okay with it.
Just sleeping over? Yeah, yeah, I'm good with that. Depending, yeah. Yeah, because we're not gonna, it wouldn't just turn into a yoga studio or we just, again, you would need this much room and that's valuable square footage that.
Something related to.
Yeah, I mean, if I get what you're trying to say, but yeah, I wouldn't mind, putting limitations on what type of things could happen in there.
Bruce, do you have any more questions for?
I don't, thank you.
You want to have?
No, I don't have any redirect.
Okay.
We
Any
do-
next
we have
witness?
One more witness.
Yeah, go ahead.
Albert Federico.
Evening all.
Okay. Might be mine.
Oh,
That's a disqualifier. You can't use the test.
Don? Yes. Mike Sheridan. And maybe this is a question for the last witness. It just occurs to me. Was the liquor license part of the sale of the property? Or was there a liquor license there?
It was not. Nick, why don't you answer that then?
What was it? I'm sorry.
Was the liquor license sold as, is that part of the sale?
No. I looked into it as more of a term sell it, but it's actually a very specific license for private club use, like the Knights of Columbus, or the Columbus Club, like where they have to charge you. Not the same. It's got to go back to the state.
All right. Thank you.
Good, there you go. Please state your name and business address.
Albert Federico, 133 Rutgers Avenue, Swarthmore, Pennsylvania.
And what is your occupation and profession?
I am a consulting engineer specializing in traffic and transportation.
Are you a licensed professional engineer in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania?
Yes,
And you indicate your specialty was what?
traffic and transportation.
Now, we have two exhibits that we've marked, actually A17 should have been A16, but A17 is a copy of your resume, your CV.
Yes.
And can you just tell the board a little bit about your experience as a traffic transportation engineer?
So I have a degree in civil engineering from Pennsylvania State University. I have been practicing civil engineering, primarily transportation for almost 30 years. I am the appointed township traffic engineer in a handful of municipalities, past president of the local section of the Institute of Transportation Engineers. And I empathize with you. I used to serve on my own borough zoning hearing board. And yes.
And have you, in your career, also done reviews for PennDOT?
Yes, I spent a number of years as the consultant project manager reviewing highway occupancy permits for PennDOT. I was actually involved in the review for the Lister development and the BPG development, very proximate to the site.
Right. So you're familiar with 252 in the area of the subject property?
Yes.
And did you prepare a traffic generation statement, which we've marked exhibit A16 for this project?
Yes, I did.
And what was the purpose of the traffic generation analysis that you did?
The purpose was to provide a comparison of the anticipated traffic of the proposed use with the previous use that was on site and several of the other uses that are currently permitted in R1 by special exception. Okay. Would it be possible to get that up on the, is that, in what I handed out, if you just, it's been a long night, just to cut to the chase. So utilizing thank you, that's it. The trip generation manual published by the Institute of Transportation Engineers did an estimate of peak hour traffic for the range of uses that I said. All the way on the one side is for the banquet facility. This is a comparison of the morning peak, evening peak, and Saturday peaks for these uses. The second column would be if the site was developed as a church. The middle column is, used a charter school. Schools are permitted. This site seemed a little small for a regular school, but it's possible that a charter school could open a facility in there, particularly with the abundant parking. The fourth column would be for a government office building, since municipal uses are a use by special exception. And then the far column is the traffic that would be anticipated to be generated by a hair salon. Again, this is during the peak periods, peak 1 hour periods. So in this case, the hair salon is anticipated to generate appreciably less traffic than an existing banquet facility. During the typical morning and evening periods, we would anticipate that a school or a government building would generate more traffic than a hair salon. On a Saturday, the hair salon is anticipated to generate more traffic than a school or government building because we would expect those to be closed, but it would be less than the existing use. I did not include a Sunday, but in that case, a church would dwarf them all. And again, this is during the peak periods, of the day. I would suspect that particularly an active banquet facility would have times that would really dwarf the proposed hair salon.
And just in putting aside the comparison, just in terms of amount of traffic, would, in your opinion, as a traffic transportation engineer, would the amount of traffic likely to be generated by a hair salon at this location of this size generate a significant amount of traffic in terms of impact on the surrounding roadways?
I would not expect that the traffic associated with the hair salon and spa use to have any appreciable impact on congestion or safety at this location.
Is there, there's a couple of existing traffic lights, one at Goshen Road and one now at Sawmill. The fact that there are two traffic lights, one at each of those locations, have any impact on ability to access and exit this site?
Yes, the nearby traffic lights actually create breaks in traffic that allow vehicles coming in and out of this site more opportunities or more gaps that permit them to turn in and out. Whereas if you were in a longer stretch that did not have the traffic signals.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have.
Do you have any concerns about how close Aspen Drive is to the driveway entrance and exit, and then cars coming down 252 to make the left? It's so close to Aspen.
I do not. This was not part of the statement that was prepared, but I did pull up and take a look at some of the publicly accessible PennDOT data on accidents. And there really has not been an appreciable number of accidents, PennDOT reportable accidents, which tend to be, injury or significant property damage accidents. But based on the information I looked at, safety is not an issue here.
Of all the types of uses listed on the chart, banquet, church, charter, these all list peak. Do you agree, though, that the peak of the hair salon is more sustained throughout the day than the peak of all of these other options? Or the aggregate traffic across, say, a day would be leaning more towards the hair salon?
I did not include daily because not all of these uses, the trip generation manual doesn't have daily trip generation rates for all of these uses. Based on my experience, I would expect that a government building would have traffic in and out over the day. Based on my understanding of the current operations, it is not flat across the day. It comes up, it goes down, which is typical, I would think, with a use like this. From the anecdotal evidence, speaking to my parents who used to go to the Knights of Columbus and dance there one night a week before the pandemic. And my father used to be a member, that the bar was open all the time, that people could always go in and get a drink there. I think there was activity there, beyond what draws everybody's attention when you have the huge event. But there was, my understanding, regular activity. But that was what I'm being told by my parents.
Just so I'm clear, the summary and conclusion that you reached, that the reuse will generate less vehicular traffic. Am I correct in my understanding that's based upon this trip generation manual, correct?
Yes, sir.
So in terms of this actual night of Columbus and what goes on there now, do you have any actual traffic counts to base your conclusions upon?
The data within the trip generation is a compilation of studies done. So this would presume that this was an actual operating banquet facility, which, based on what I've heard tonight, it still could be if someone moved in there and started using it. So this is more to the average of what is expected as opposed to this specific facility.
But you and or somebody in your company did not do actual traffic counts to see what kind of traffic was being generated over time at the Knights of Columbus.
It's mostly closed now, Michael.
I know.
That's
my point.
That is correct.
That's not how you do a traffic study.
Well, because there isn't traffic, and if you're going to say it's less than something that's closed,
But
that's
it's like,
not.
you don't take counts of a school when, in the summertime. I mean, you have to look at what the use is and consider what that type of use, what type of use that can.
We can certainly argue that, Don, but I'm asking this gentleman, you didn't do any actual traffic
He
counts,
said
correct?
no 3 times.
No, yeah, I did not, in the
There's
course
a
of
record
this
being
study.
kept. That's why I want this on the record. You didn't do any actual traffic counts, correct?
I did not count the Knights of Columbus facility while it was in operation.
But that wasn't so hard, was it?
I don't believe it was.
That's all the question.
Just a couple. So Ed, I know you didn't do a traffic count. I got the answer to that one. But did you go through any historic records to try to determine how many people would show up at different functions at this facility, or how many functions they had, or how frequently they had them? Any records, logs, guest registers, anything like that?
No.
And the only other question I have is, I notice, how is it that you chose these specific categories to compare it to?
The uses by special exception that are within the zoning code.
Right. And what about uses that are just by right, just permitted uses? You didn't
The
include it?
R1?
Yes, sir.
No, I did not.
If we were going to compare a residence to these, how would that compare?
One single family house
Yes.
would generate less traffic than any of these uses.
What would that chart look like? How high would the red bar go?
For one house, I would expect the red bar to be 1. I would expect the blue bar to be 1. And I would probably expect the gray bar to be 1.
What if there was zoning relief granted and 2 or 3 houses were permitted?
then they would probably be closer to 2 or 3.
And
Are you offering zoning relief to build more houses?
it's not in my authority,
Oh, okay.
but I'm allowed to ask the question. I'm also allowed to ask the question. If they were residences were relief granted, there could be entrances onto Aspen Road for those residents.
Yes, there could be.
Okay. Would that impact the way traffic circulates with respect to your analysis?
The analysis, could you clarify when you say how traffic circulates?
Well, I mean, the trip count would just, where the trip counts is a separate issue than traffic.
Correct.
But for trip counts, how would that, let's say there was 3 residences.
Mhm.
So that would still be down in that
Yeah.
category, right? But we talked about safety and right
Mhm.
now the only entrance and exit is onto 252, right?
Yes.
And we wouldn't want to put commercial traffic on Aspen, right?
I would actually, as a matter of transportation planning, disagree with you.
About as a matter of somebody who lives on Aspen.
I would suggest you ask someone who lives on Aspen.
And how much would, say, 3 residences impact folks on Aspen if the traffic were to exit onto Aspen?
From a traffic engineering perspective, I would expect if you developed, for discussion's sake, 3 single-family homes with driveways onto Aspen, I would consider that a de minimis impact.
That's the last question I have. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Redirect. Dave, do you have any questions? Okay. Do you have any closing testimony before we open it up to party protesting?
No closing testimony.
All right, so at this time, I'm going to reiterate the rules for party protestants. You live within 200 feet of the subject premises. You have legal standing, so you are able to cross-examine any of the witnesses that were present tonight. You also have a legitimate grievance or effect by the subject premises, okay? Anyone else that's beyond that scope will have the opportunity for public comment, but there is no legal standing attached to that. So party protestants from previous meeting were the Everlys, the Osbornes, and the Suhickis. Suhickis, okay. Are there any other people present that wish to be named as a party protestant? Okay. So are the Everlys present? Okay, would you like to come forward? You can sit up here at this table and Mr. Scora, use a microphone there.
It's a little messy, but you can use what you need.
And just for bookkeeping's sake, let's say your names, addresses, and we'll swear you in again.
Yes, hi, I'm Kristen Everly. I live at 1 Aspen Drive. Kristen Everly.
Beverly, 1 Aspen Drive.
Yes.
Yes.
I would like to first ask Mr. Scarmufa a question, so if he could come up so I could ask him that.
Yep.
So, Mr. Nick, since we
Nick's
refer to
fine.
each other by first name.
Nick's fine.
When we met on June 28th, do you remember telling me that you anticipated 10 client cars in and out every hour?
10 cars, I said.
Yeah,
Yeah.
10 cars for customers.
Mhm.
So when you're saying you're gonna have 30 customers at a
At the
time, I think
peak
that
hours.
causes a little confusion.
Because there's really no confusion. Not everyone comes on a specific, like, half hour. It's not like, oh, half hour. Some people are there for 30 minutes, some people are there for 4 hours.
Okay,
So on an average, if we see 100 people a day across 12 hours, I mean, it's easy math at that
okay.
point.
So if you have 10 cars going in and out, and you have 20 employees max there at a time, me, that's 38 parking spaces. Why would you need 74 parking spaces?
So when you're finishing up with a client, there are people coming for their next appointment, like a doctor's office. We don't just wait for people to come. The client is there waiting for us. So in essence, there's one client coming in and then there's a changeover. You know what I mean? So then that client would pay and leave, and then we could service the next client.
Okay.
It's more like a doctor's office than I don't know, production line.
Okay, it just seems 74 still seems excessive for your business based on the numbers that you've provided.
I don't think so. I think if we're saying 30 cars, is like, let's say 35 with employees, you have employee parking, and then you have a changeover happening. Where do those people go? I mean, we can't have them in line waiting for people to pull out.
Okay.
Like there has to be an extra spot.
Right. And you realize that we live directly behind the parking lot.
I
If
do.
you lived where we live, would you want that kind of traffic right next to your house?
Well, I don't live where you live, so that's really hard to say,
Well,
but
if you did.
if I did, I couldn't see the property, and when I moved there was already a parking lot there. I don't know that I would have
Okay.
anything to say after that.
Okay. Well, and I'll tell the board, we moved in 4 years ago. And I grew up in the area. I grew up on Aspen Drive. The fact that I purchased a house on Aspen Drive when I was, I don't know, 30, shows the Knights of Columbus did not pose any problems for the neighbors in terms of noise. The activity there was minimal. Maybe there was a wedding once a month, maybe twice a month. When we got flyers in the mail that they were holding auctions at the Camelot Ballroom, that was cause for laughter at our household, because it just didn't, like, there was no sign of any event going on. I don't think they really had any activity there much at all the past 10 years. So it's gonna be a huge change for the neighborhood if we have a business that's operating 6 days a week with cars in and out, when we've had very little activity.
May I speak to that, or?
Sure.
I'm sorry, I don't want to, I
No,
didn't mean
that's
to cut you off.
fine. I mean, that's my initial thought there.
That's right. I mean, I agree, like in the last 10 years, they've been slowly dying on the vine, but that doesn't negate the fact that that building is still there. It's still sitting there with a humongous parking lot. Just
Right.
because they were going out of business, I don't think that's a, what if somebody revived it and it became this big boisterous ballroom again? I mean, it's sort
I
of
think
saying.
there would be a lot of objection to that.
Well, not if
Right,
the
but
Knights
it
of Columbus
it could, right?
decided to
The point
ramp
is
it up.
there,
Yeah.
it could still be a banquet hall under right? So the fact that this banquet hall is not successful, there could be a successful banquet hall there causing a lot of traffic.
I think it's like you said before, traffic. We're talking a banquet hall being
Right,
an
that-
inconvenience one night a weekend.
That's right, that's your
Not
preference. Now you're
6
saying,
days a
right, you
week.
prefer a banquet hall versus this.
Well,
right?
and also to what Rich Sakura has been saying, I'm glad he's here to make the arguments for us, but this is a residential property. The Knights of Columbus was granted, right, special exception relief in 1958 to operate as a nonprofit. That's a permitted use under the current zoning code, under section 17229. So the fact that we're even talking about it as a commercial banking hall is inaccurate. The Knights of Columbus is a nonprofit religious group that tries to, you can look at their website. I didn't print it out. It's public record. But right, they're trying to increase the Catholic faith, help Catholic men find their faith, help charities. Right. So their main function is not a business. The main function of the salon and spa is a business. It's a profit generating business. I think that's a clear difference. And for that business to be in our neighborhood would not be good for the neighborhood. None of the neighbors I've spoken to want this. Everyone's initial reaction is, why would we let a spa come into our neighborhood? Yes, there's a big parking lot, but we've seen no evidence presented tonight saying that that can't be converted into a residential use. I know the neighbors who sent emails to the attorneys. I apologize on their behalf for butchering your last name, Mr. Petroza, and your last name. They put an S at the beginning, I don't know why. But I did print out copies of their emails for the board, which
Why would you apologize for them spelling my name wrong? Did you write the letter?
I'm their unofficial, I'm an attorney. I don't do real estate law though. I'm their unofficial. I know, but, and also they all seem to, even though I laid out for them the two legal issues, right? Whether this is continuation of a non-conforming use. I'm glad the consensus is it's not, because the Knights was not a non-conforming use. And then the very difficult hurdle to reach of a use variance, right? That's very difficult to reach. And there hasn't been enough evidence presented today to show that we can even get there. We haven't shown that it can't be converted into a residential use. Rich asked the question of Mr. Lynn, saying, do you have the costs of what it would be to change this into a house? You said no. So right there, without that proof, I don't see how we get to a use variance. It also seems to me that the undue hardship in this case is more on Mr. Scarmufa than the property. He is a sympathetic applicant in that he wants to own his own property for his business and that he's been looking for 10 years. I get that. It's unfortunate that he got that response from Claude about how his family doesn't want to sell any property. But unfortunately, his hardship in not being able to find property to purchase is not why the board should grant the variance. And that's clearly laid out in the zoning code. So I will share these emails. Their neighbors.
What's your ideal use?
Like in an ideal world, I would love for it to be green open space.
Okay.
Like ideally.
I don't think the township's gonna, so.
Alternatively, I'd rather have a house.
I don't think they have the scratch to buy.
I would rather have a house next to us. We have a 2-year-old, which by the way, I told Mr. Lynn at our meeting that the reason I didn't object to the truck sooner is that I had just given birth and was exhausted. He failed to say that when he was saying how no one objected.
So if the property were to continue on as it is now, and the deal goes through and the business is not allowed to, if we deny the application, he's still gonna own the property legally, right? We deny the application. That property just kind of remains in its current state and degrades over time, right? So
I don't think so. I mean, I think you could subdivide it, build another house. I see property going left and right for houses half the size of ours that are new construction for $850K. I don't know who is buying it, but somebody's buying them. And again, I don't see no reason you couldn't, retrofit the existing property to make.
well, that's the case that Mr. Lynn was making, is that is a hardship.
Right, we have no proof of that. I'm not an expert in it, but I've seen demolition of buildings on TV. What's stopping anyone from knocking down that building and starting anew? Yeah, it might be expensive, but he's right. For the prices that houses in Newtown Square are selling at, I mean, we bought our house for $645 in 2017. Zillow is saying we could get $800 for it now. So, without solid proof from qualified experts that this cannot be developed into a residence, I don't think they have any leg to stand on with this.
I would much rather have another single family home next to us than 300, 600 strangers coming and going every week.
It does pose potential security threats, especially with people who say, oh, this is a nice neighborhood right here. Like, what's behind there?
Right now, you don't even notice. You drive down, you don't even notice Aspen Drive. Down 252.
Would you rather have?
Potentially could change that.
Would you rather have a fully operating banquet facility or a charter school than a spa?
Maybe a charter school.
I mean, the point, we would love to pick and choose what goes
Yeah.
there, but there's a certain number of
I
things that
do
can
think,
go
I
there.
do think a residence is the most appropriate use for that lot.
Ideally, perhaps, right? Or, I mean, a banquet facility could, or a school,
A church.
or a church, right? I mean,
Right. I mean, we hear the bells from the Latvian church and they don't bother us at all. It's peaceful.
what are your specific objections to the spot? Traffic connection.
Oh, no, number one is security. I mean, you can pull up the aerial A1 again, kind of lay out the property. Our back, the house is up against the back property line, and it's pretty swampy anyway, so they just built a deck there. So we have no backyard. The side yard is blocked by trees. Our daughter, friends, nephews, nieces don't really have an option to play in that yard safely. Front yard isn't much better, so really the only place everybody hangs out is in the driveway and the grass around that, and that is directly on that property line where 300 people are coming and going every week. Additionally, we got a shed in that same spot. The garage door opens that way. The last thing I want are all these people coming and going, looking in my garage and saying, "Oh, nice boys, nice pools."
I kind of have a hard time going down the security argument.
But right
Because
now,
right now it's a vacant lot
right.
with
And it has
anyone can come and go at any point. It's not patrolled. There's no security there.
no.
There are
but it's-
trucks.
it's that
And there's
access.
trucks.
There's
yeah.
construction workers, and it's been like that for years. So there's,
So I'd say that they're there. It's the same crew for an hour in the morning when they drop off their personal vehicles, pick up their work truck and run out. And then again, a half an hour when they're trying to get home real quick.
Can you just, ma'am, can you just stand up, state your name and your address, please? Okay.
Can you spell your last name?
SAWICKI. So security wise, there's this terrace posed in the back of this existing structure. Well, at night, who's going to stop the teenagers from the area going in and hanging out there? Already they go.
Me,
So that is a security concern. that I
me,
have.
because then it becomes my insurance concern. I would have a patrol paid for and put through there at night.
so you'd have cameras. and
I'd have
stuff
a security
I don't
guard.
want to interrupt you, but I'll.
I just want to address one thing, understand your safety concern, but, the fence that they're proposing to put around the property and separate. So are you thinking that folks are going to come through and then climb the fence to get into your
No,
property?
I think that, and it's not our neighbors that are going to respond or employees. I mean, it could be Ubers or an ex that's meeting somebody because they used to drop them off every day. I don't know, but it's just the fact that there's that many people there that aren't currently there. That's a whole new world of concern.
And also the traffic, I mean, when I turn right onto Aspen now, I feel like I have to go faster than I should because cars are so aggressive behind me, right? No one wants you to slow down on 252 to turn. So if there's traffic coming in and out of that driveway right in front of Aspen, there's bound to be an accident at one point, right? There's already frequent accidents at Goshen and 252. I hear about them on the Newtown Square Community Network on Facebook. People saying, don't go that way, there's an accident. So I just see it. And if people have to slow down for someone going into that driveway and then slow down again at Aspen, it's just gonna cause more congestion. There's already congestion at the light with Sawmill, right? A lot of us go there to turn left onto 252 now because it's so hard turning left off of Aspen. That's just gonna cause more traffic at that light. Like you shouldn't have to wait 4 lights to get out of your neighborhood. But unfortunately, that's how it is right now.
A similar concern would exist if something else went there, right? Or the solution would be come out on Aspen now, and then it's.
Which would be why I'm saying a house is what belongs there.
I think that extra traffic is more, I'm speculating, but a product of Listener and, the Ellis Preserve. There's a ton of land development that's happened over there, and there's a ton of traffic. I mean, we all are residents of the community, and it's, there's a lot of good things, you know, that I love about Delaware County and Newtown Square. The traffic is terrible. It is what it is, you know, and I don't, you know.
Okay, well, I don't think this would help it. I do just want to get these out, so I'm not gonna give copies to the attorneys. Sure. Okay, I feel like from Lisa Farrell from today.
I don't think I've seen that one. I don't know that it matters. Thanks.
This is actually everything for and against emails, public comment.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step on your.
Thank you.
And Mr. Osplander went to the extent that. Beverly.
Yes, I have copies of all the.
We'll pass on that.
Oh, this one's.
I think we have these in email.
We'll take a, yeah. That's fine.
Take one for you. Thanks. Take one for you.
Yeah. Have Zach and. I don't have today.
I saw those two, yes.
And Rich saw this.
You have two copies?
Yeah, I think she must have beat me on it. Oh, yeah. So really, I'll let you all just review those, and I'm not gonna speak for the neighbors, but they echo a lot of what I was saying. Really just the fact that the main spirit of our feelings is that it's just not meant for a commercial business. It's meant for a residential use. And it's coded residential. And we'll just say, I do appreciate everyone's been very civil about this. Mr. Petroza has been a pleasure to talk to, so has his client. It's no animosity on anyone's part. It's just our thoughts for our neighborhood, for our houses. I know some of the neighbors don't think this is going to help property values by having a business be there. And so I think that's it. I was prepared to go over the legal arguments, but I don't think I need to do that. So, thank you.
Thanks, Vicky. Do you have any responses for the Everlys?
No, I mean, no,
Let's move on to the Osbornes.
they're not here.
They're not here. All right, and then the Suikis. Okay, well, let's let them.
I think she
continue.
said she had something else. Yeah.
Here, both of you can come on up. Yeah.
Little green boxes, or not the black box with the green.
I think you swore her in already, right?
Yes.
All right.
You just stood up.
I do. John Sawicki, spelled the same way, Sawicki. I think tonight was enlightening. I really appreciate, I'm sorry, your last name, I forget. Sakura. His testimony was very helpful. Right at the very end of her comments, Mrs. Everly mentioned that some neighbors might be concerned about property values. We live across the street from the Knights of Columbus. And, you know, I don't like to talk about numbers, but we've put a lot of money into that property. And if there's a commercial property across the street from it, I doubt that we'll recover, 50% of what we've put into it. Another part about another argument that's already been made by Mrs. Everly, who's my daughter, by the way. Right on the Knights of Columbus property and right on the other side of Aspen, there are two pillars saying, "Welcome to Green Country." Aspen Drive is the formal entrance to Green Country, which was built, we've lived in Newtown Square for almost 30 years, but Green Country was built, I think, after we moved in. So the Knights of Columbus was there first. When we bought that house, I wasn't thrilled about the Knights of Columbus being there, but, knowing the Knights of Columbus by reputation, I grew up in Brooklyn, New York. There were Knights of Columbus there. I mean, even though Columbus is not very fashionable anymore. That's a comment on today's political correctness. But, it was welcoming you. Those pillars are welcoming people to a residential neighborhood. And at one point was one of the more elite neighborhoods in Newtown Square, which it's not anymore. It's sort of, run-of-the-mill fancy.
Not compared to my neighborhood.
Yeah, but it's nothing compared to Lissitor or some of the other McMansions on Sawmill. As I said, I wouldn't have bought that property if something other, a commercial property was there, whether it be a McDonald's or a salon and spa. And I think we'd have trouble selling it too now. And as far as traffic, it's hard to argue with a professional traffic engineer, but as a normal driver, I used to go out on Aspen, make a right out of our driveway and go to make a left onto 252. I hardly do that anymore. I go around to come get the light at Sawmill because the light at Goshen and the light at Sawmill, yeah, they do provide for breaks sometimes, but sometimes there are no breaks. The lights are not coordinated and the traffic hardly lets up at all. You can wait for 15, 20 minutes trying to make a turn out of Aspen Drive. And I won't comment on the traffic that might be going into a salon and spa, except for the fact that the drivers going in there might have things other than traffic safety on their minds. Their hair dyed or, massage. That was a low blow. I apologize. But I'm worried about the traffic. It's almost impossible to make a left turn out of that driveway onto 252. And if people realize that, they're going to make a right turn onto 252. And then they're probably going to turn on Aspen to go around and come back on Sawmill. So it's going to increase our traffic that way. And finally, for me, I'll let my wife take over after this. I think Mr. Sikora brought up a point that I actually had written down as my main point about the amount of traffic. We've lived there at that address for 27 and 28 years now, and we've never seen a lot of activity at the Knights of Columbus. During the summer, there would be an event maybe once a month, maybe sometimes twice a month on a Saturday night there. Yeah, if a couple of guys went in for a drink during the week, that was nothing at night. But when they had their events there, the Knights of Columbus was a pain in the neck too. We went over to complain to them once because their lights were shining into our house. And they laughed at us. They gave us, no shrift at all, much less short shrift. So, and one question I'd have for the applicants here, when you were describing your customer traffic, do you use appointments or is it walk-in?
No, we're Or 99% by appointment.
Yeah, so the appointments are fairly regularly staggered.
Yeah, but there's still a natural, more people are available certain times of the day. So there's more, it's just a natural flow of the business. It's not just a completely 100% booked. Anything would be booked that much.
All right. And although I'm not from Missouri, I like to be shown things before. The architect and Mr. Petrosa, is that correct? And Nick are all saying about all this wonderful landscaping they're going to do. I'm a little bit skeptical. Not calling them liars, but it's quite a big undertaking they're taking there, and to maintain it, I don't see how an owner of a salon wants to invest that much into the upkeep of a property. If you look at their exhibits, one of the first pictures, it shows the parking lot of the property. The Everleys have a swimming pool, and I never realized how close it was to that property. But you can see the swimming pool right next to their property line. And that property line is not going to change. So if you've got kids or even adults who, during the summertime want to be relaxing by the pool, they're going to have all this traffic back there. So we just don't think that having a commercial property is a good welcome to the neighborhood that we've come to really appreciate over the years. Thanks for listening.
Okay, so I did have one question for you, Nick, about your hours are from 9 to 9. And when do your employees report for work? When do they?
About 15 minutes earlier and later. Yeah. Yeah, they're not the most punctual bunch.
Okay. And I just wanted to correct the frequency of the events that were going on at the Knights of Columbus. In recent years, my estimate would be maybe 6 times a year max, there would be some kind of banquet event going on there. So it would only really be on a Friday or a Saturday. So it's very minimal. They had all that junk in the parking lot, so they couldn't possibly have that many people parking back. Okay. So most of the points I had have already been addressed, but I really believe that the variance that is being considered to be granted for the salon spa business is not in compliance with the zoning ordinance for a residential 1 property. Such a variance would not meet the standard of proof as defined in section 172-15 Part B. The proposed use would solely benefit the business owner and would be detrimental to the residential character of both the Knights of Columbus property as well as to nearby homes. And while the legality of granting a variance is first and foremost in my objections to the proposed variance, I do have concerns about the implications granting such a variance would have for the future uses of the property, should it be granted. So there's this slippery slope. If we give permission to a salon, spa business now, what's going to be there in the future? That's my main concern. But as an extension of this concern, I have little confidence that with time, from a practical point of view, even if all of these changes are initially made and there are beautiful landscape buffers going on, the physical maintenance of the property would, if I don't have confidence that the physical maintenance of the property would continue to be at the forefront of the business owner's financial outlays. While they may exist, I know of no known spa businesses that are housed in non-leased, independently owned buildings in which the owner assumes responsibilities for snow and ice removal of parking areas, multi-trash pickups, standard building maintenance, including HVAC, plumbing, roofing, painting, window washing, all of those necessities, and landscape maintenance, particularly of such a large property. But I just don't have the confidence that it will be maintained the way that we would expect.
Can I speak to that?
Yeah.
Right now, I pay for all those things. I'm a commercial lease. I pay for every single one of those things. And frankly, you don't know. I will not share with you my P&L, but trust me, I can afford it. And I'm an aesthetic building. I'm an aesthetic business. It matters if I'm not going to draw the clientele I want. Have you ever walked into a hotel and it was just overgrown? Because no, it's all part of the experience of entering a business like that.
I appreciate that you said that, but you're planning a much larger footprint of a building.
Well, we can agree
So
to disagree.
HVAC is going to be so much more expensive.
We can agree to disagree on what I can afford.
Yeah, that's, in all fairness to the applicant, his financial solvency is really up for our purview right now.
Understood.
I just had one question. You talked about the events being on the weekend. Wasn't there an event that I seem to recall called Parents Without Partners Thursday night?
No,
The first time we ever heard of the Camelot Ballroom was, I don't have an exact date, but maybe it was 3 years ago or 4 years ago, when we got a flyer in the mail for an auction to be held at the Camelot Ballroom. I said, what the hell is the Camelot Ballroom? And then I looked at the address. It was the Knights of Columbus.
so one wonders if there was delinquency in monitoring what events were going on that didn't comply with the residential zoning, and why did it continue to go on?
Did you register any complaints with the township about the trucks parking there, or the equipment, or the material that was parked?
Based on prior experience, we didn't think it would do much good.
What prior experience?
Well, yeah, with prior experience.
Well, when we complained about the lighting shining into our bedroom window, and
Did you complain to the township? I'm sorry. or-
no, we didn't. Maybe because we were still working, we didn't have the time to be so civically engaged. I mean, a couple of years ago, we spent most of our time fighting the firehouse at the corner of Sawmill and
In our backyard.
250 in our backyard. Yeah.
With the, and this is just sort of a hypothetical situation, but the applicant, if the applicant agreed to chunk off the back quarter or a third of his property and donate it to the township as an open space park with the suitable parking, and maybe you would have to do less construction and hardscaping to keep enough parking, would that be something that would satisfy your concerns, to have sort of a township-owned park or open space? Not,
Yes,
and I
yes,
say that
yeah,
not knowing at all if that's legal or feasible.
Right,
but-
right, but answering
I'm a
that.
financial guy. I don't do that,
Answering,
you know.
answering that theoretical question, I'll give you a theoretical answer.
Yeah.
Answering that theoretical question, I'll give you a theoretical answer. I'm not sure. Because while lopping off a quarter of that space would make it more palatable, there's still a basic objection for the first thing people seeing coming into Aspen Drive is a salon and spa. We're the first house on the entrance to Green Country. And the only thing that would be greeting them before our house is, what's the name of the place? Nicholas Sebastian.
Andy, is there any, or I don't know who this is for, but is there any, would there be any objection to, from the township or zoning or whatever, if a new banquet facility was built exactly as proposed, the look of this salon on this property, would there be any objection or any opportunity for the residents to even object to that from happening at all? I'm just curious.
I'm gonna defer to our attorney, but it depends on how it came in.
If
If
it was a club, if a new Knights of, they came in, they renovated it and they built an exact replica of what's
It's
being
tough to answer
proposed.
that question, I believe, always changing. Goes away, right, even if it was.
Mhm.
So it had other profit slash. I'm saying, Masons came in.
Right.
I don't know if Masons. Masons came in, similar
They have a
operation,
history.
similar use. I think they could probably just slide right in and without much ado, just pick up where the other.
And build something similar and.
Well, I mean, just slide right into what's there.
Right.
And then
Yeah,
rehab
operate
it, improve it.
But it's a non-profit, it would be.
And it could stay exactly as it was. The parking lot would remain the same.
It's not a change in use, it's a non-profit club with an accessory use. Earlier about what Knights of Columbus do around the county with Philadelphia, that's
Right.
what they did in Philly. And
Yeah.
the confirmation that we went to is that the Knights. My point is, as long as that use stayed the same, and it didn't stop for a long time, abandoned it, right? If we change that use, they gotta come back, so if the church wanted to go, use, still permitted by special exception, and without zoning. Period. Things that you have to use. So if this was a non-conforming use, I don't agree it is. They're doing it the right way, you know.
Yeah.
That's not the only theory they're pursuing.
Okay, that's for my own.
It's just hard to answer directly.
Okay.
Too many variables.
But a church could move into an R1 in that spot.
It could, but it would be by special
Right.
exception. It's hard to come back, and have people say, wait a minute, now it's different. The church is different. Everybody shows up on Easter Sunday, what are we gonna do about Easter Sunday?
All right. Yeah. But I guess I'm trying to get, is there a way that the residents would not even be afforded this opportunity to give their input and
The only way
argue their
that
case and
happens is
everything?
Other nonprofit. Like 100% sure.
Okay, all right.
Assuming it's not.
Okay. Not as easy as.
Well, I mean, I don't know that it makes much of a difference in our case, but I think if you had a special exception, somebody wanted to argue that expired or lapsed, you'd have to show two things. One is cessation of use, and two is intent to.
Oh, I didn't say, I'm just saying. It
You
could
have to
expire.
give up the intent, but if you said, well, I can't do what I want to do there, so I'm going to look for another nonprofit club, and it took 10 years to get it, I think they could still move in.
Right. That's why, another reason why you can't directly ask that.
Yeah, I understood. All right.
What about proposed signage on property that faces 250?
We did not request signage as part of our application, and the reason was we don't have, you normally you want to see what the signs are going to look like and the dimensions and all that. We just didn't have that together. He was under certain pressures contractually to try to get his approvals. And we, make a long story short, we'd have to come back to you for relief for signage. We, because we're, based on what signage is allowed in residential use, it's not going to work. So we'd have to come back and take our chances that we get some reasonable relief from the board.
The residents, was this the first time you saw the 2016 planning? Not that it's anything official, but did you give your inputs in that 2016 rezoning where it shows?
I'm not sure if we have or not. I mean, during the big fight over the firehouse, those things were being thrown around, but I don't remember seeing that one specifically. One comment I would make, though, for when you give the example of the church, or I was thinking of the funeral parlor on 252. Whenever there's a big event at that, they usually hire police to direct traffic. And if the salon spa were holding some kind of a big event or something like that, would they do the same? I don't think that driveway is very safe, especially for exiting it.
All right, is there anything else from any of the witnesses, any of the applicants, before we open it up to public comment?
We had a few letters of support that came in, and I think the board probably has these same. Maybe I'll hand them. I'm going to put them in. How many of you have? Nicole Dress?
Yeah, I have those.
Fran Ishman?
Yes.
Paul Sellington? The Business Association? Yes, the residential ones are. This is the businesses.
In the interest of time, documents that I refer to, we just stipulate that they're.
Yes, and while we're doing that, I move for the admission.
Yes. Agreed. Yes.
In anticipation of public. Allow me to put emails that I received last night. Grass, who was at and another from N. J. Ishman. C. 3306. First one. First just guided me. Looks regard to
Yeah, let's see. No, I have some more. Do you need more?
well, I'd give one to the.
Okay.
So the two neighbors in support, are they here or did they just?
Two neighbors, what?
They're not here presently, they just emailed in support.
Yeah, these are like the letters that the protesters handed out.
One's on Sawmill, one's on Sugar Maple.
What's the address on Sugar Maple?
1 Sugar Maple.
I think it's on Sugar Maple and Aspen.
Yeah.
Did we get the Zach?
That's way back.
I did get that.
That's in, and I mean, is that,
Yeah, that's one.
and Smoger?
You did? Yeah, I saw that. Sam had that, I think.
Smoger is one you passed up?
So
I think Smoger was opposition. Email from a Barry Smoger opposition.
Was that one of the ones you handed up?
Yes, that was
Okay.
my first.
Okay.
And one sugar maple is a friend of Robert.
Roberts.
Sugar maple is
Okay.
I have it here.
I didn't have a printout copy. I have one. I did receive the smoker one.
Okay, so 1 Aspen Drive
Yeah,
is
you're
at
not
the
on it.
corner of Aspen and Children.
But Andy, all the letters went out to all the neighbors like normal, right? So anybody that had acquisitions or wanted to be here could be here.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Just a comment on that, not that I'm really. I noticed that one house on Sugar Maple that's farther from the property. The house directly across the street from us was significantly closer. I don't know why that is. And I already shared this with Rich. The notice didn't say it's first lot or not, and it referred to it. Honestly had me thinking things like Columbus, or if you wanted to do. Oh. In the future, if you're.
All right, public comment. So do any residents, all right, so you can come on up. Tell you what, why don't you grab the handheld microphone, and you can stand at the podium with your address, name and address, or just stand right there is fine. Yeah.
My name's Andrew Gloninger,
Please spell your last name.
Gloninger. And I live at 5 Roberts Road, so I'm in the Green Country neighborhood. Just a couple of points. I drive by there for the last 17 years, at least a couple times a day. And my opinion of the assessment of the traffic just felt that that's going to be wrong. And I agree with Mrs. Everly that it's going to create terrible traffic problems there. I was rear-ended there. My daughter was rear-ended there between Goshen and Sawmill. The other thing I'm just wondering about, I've heard that there's carcinogenic toxic chemicals at a nail salon.
We don't have a nail salon. We don't do.
Oh, okay.
This is just public comment.
Okay, that's
So
good. Well,
That's
that's
sort of a one-sided discussion.
I'm sorry. That's a good point. Sorry.
Anyone else for public comment? Go ahead.
My name is Chris Bath. I'm from 121 Beechwood.
Please spell your last name.
Bath, B-A-T-H-E. And I would just like the board to take into consideration one thing, the argument of, I certainly respect everyone's opinion, but you're seeing this all throughout Newtown, not my section of Newtown Square. I don't want this. And it's common, I'm on off of Winding Way, so the park, big issue there, right? So I'm just, when you look at the location, you look at the comprehensive plan, clearly listed, you have a small business owner who's looking at the township site for information, which identifies this as commercial. It's operated as commercial. It really has. It has liquor license. It's running weddings. I understand the legal status of it, and the township didn't necessarily enforce it. That's a separate issue, but I would just like to take into consideration from a small business owner's perspective, they're investing in this township. They're investing in Newtown Square. And I don't think we should kind of focus on ways to stop that process, because I think that instance of it's getting really hard to do anything in Newtown Square, I don't think we want to go in that direction. And I think this is a good case where you have a facility that's operated as a commercial location in reality for multiple decades now, regardless of what the legal status was. I think you saw a small business owner see that and say, I'm gonna invest in this location because it's falling apart, it's in disrepair, and it was operating as an industrial site, essentially, right? So the argument on security, I understand, but teenagers can run back there now and get in trouble on stuff that's laying around, right? So I would just like you to take that in consideration when you kind of make a ruling. Look at it from small business investment in Newtown Square and take into consideration what it has been operating as. I understand the legal status, there's no doubt, but just take that into consideration. Thank you.
Any further public comment? Go ahead.
Dawn Shiraki, CIARROCCHI. Not only am I a resident of Newtown Square off of Goshen on Lewis Road, I also am an employee of Nick's. And I'd like to say how much pride I think he takes in how the salon looks. And as a resident, I think that the building now is such an eyesore. And what he's going to do to it is going to be so much better. It's going to look so nice. We have to take that into consideration. I understand your points, but as far as crime because of a hair salon, I don't think so. I really don't. There will be more people, of course, but that's a good thing. I mean, everything up and down 252 has been built up as of late, right? Anywhere there's space, we're making things look better and nice. So I think you have to keep that into consideration also. I don't know. I think it's going to be a good thing.
Anyone else for public comment? Go ahead.
My name is Matt Giello. It's Giello. I'm just friends of Nick, and again, I understand the sentiment that you guys have as neighbors, but I do know Nick, and I know how he runs his business. I'm sorry about that. I just think you're kind of, again, I understand what you're saying, but I think you're looking at it the wrong way. Nick takes a lot of pride in his business, and I think what you're going to get there compared to what's there, and I was at the property 2 days ago, is significantly better than what's there currently. I know how Nick upkeeps his business, and all the concerns that unfortunately you had in terms of security and the upkeep, you're not going to get any of that, and it's just going to make Newtown Square, in my opinion, look much better. That's really all I would say.
Got one more? Right.
My name is Sean O'Neill.
Please use the mic.
My name is Sean O'Neill, and I live at 3736 School Lane. And my wife actually works at the salon for 11 years, and I've known Nick that long, and I just want to test it. What a great businessman he is, and how fair he is, and his property his current property is very nice, very well landscaped. I think he'll do a beautiful job with this building and make it a really nice business for Newtown. Thank you.
Thanks. Last call for public comment. All right. So with that, let's close the record. And we have a couple of options. We can either make a motion if one of the board members would like to make a motion, either to approve or deny, or we can deliberate an executive session. Have up to 45 days to make a decision. Does any board member like to make a motion?
I'd like to deliberate with everybody.
Okay.
I think that'd be helpful, particularly to have Sam's input as well, because there are legal issues.
Okay. And I think what we're going to do is close out the record. We'll go to executive session. How are we going to announce when we are going to publicly vote on this?
Back out. Go in. Or we can schedule. Or prior.
I think we can do it tonight. Okay, so let's have executive session. Sit tight and we'll come back when we're ready.
I want to make a closing note. I do want to say something, which is. I'm not suggesting that. We're going. Have that ability. Issues.
Sure.
And we've heard. Right. And. Should we- or let me leave it that way. I do, I have it. Now. I'm happy. In his own test. Okay. For instance, we put. Had a. Classes. First floor. Noise outside, sitting areas outside. Things that we heard tonight. Look, if you were going to Greg, I'm not suggesting. Thanks.
Would you like to go into the large conference room? I'll open that up.
That'd be great. Thanks.
Okay.
All right, so I'm going to make a motion to deny the special exception, but approve the use variation exclusively for a salon and spa for application Z 2021-14. Subject to the conditions and safeguards noted in the applicant's testimony, which are including but not limited to the buffers, both natural and man-made, that you're going to include. No overnight activities. Hours to be capped at those stated in your testimony. If there is a basement, that it be used exclusively for, okay, so disregard. And that outdoor activities only be, for the waiting area or the non-service areas that you discussed. That food and beverage not be part of your business. And if it is served, only for the special occasional use. And all of this being subject to the condition on the receipt of a final signed order. Have a second.
Second.
All those in
Roll call.
favor, we'll do the roll call.
We'll call vote.
Yeah, roll call vote. So all those in favor, state your name.
Michael Sheridan, aye.
Ed Burzes, aye.
Michael Lynch, aye.
Paul Francesco, aye.
All those against,
Joe Silk, aye.
motion carries.